Hello, everybody. Howdy, howdy, howdy. How we all doing? Hello, KBS. Hello, Resonate. Hello, Uchronian. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, VCC TV. Hello, Brad. I hope it's okay that I just call you Brad instead of Brad Q2. Also, I'm sorry you went out with a jerk, Metal Kitty Mom. But think of it this way, you now get the pleasure of having yelled at that son of a bitch, and you also get to find someone exponentially better. It's a win-win in my book. Hello, Archangel. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Periwinkle. Hello, Enbiata. Are corn chips a complete meal? No, but they can be grilled dinner. Hello, Crystal Hazer. Dinner needs to be made while your son sleeps, I understand. But I'm glad you had so much fun last time. Hello, our family. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, OS Crane. Howdy, folks. A little bit stuffed up. The air in here is hella dry. But, howdy, howdy, howdy. We're going to be watching the entirety of the PlayStation State of Play, just because I want to get a sense of what's coming out this year. Huh? And we will also be going over some various fun stories as well. And some not so fun stories. So, you know, we're keeping you on your toes, okay? You look super cute this evening. Thank you. Started getting ready like an hour and a half ago. Yeah, we'll have some fun with maps. Okay. We're going to start off with hot take. Art is cool, and people who dislike art are not cool. I know, hot take, right? Super hot take, wild take. There's this guy named Stone Toss, and he makes comics. He's also incredibly racist and a Nazi. Unfortunately, his comics have gained steam because he got prominent on like 4chan and such. But he put out a new comic today, and I couldn't help but comment on it because it references one of my favorite pieces of art of all time. Okay? So, the comic, you know, two guys looking at a computer screen art. AI can't make actual art. Yeah, I prefer the real thing. And then they turn and look at a banana duct taped to a wall. Which is like, you know, it's haha, look at how ridiculous that art is. It's just a banana taped to a wall. Pfft, idiots. The implication here being from like Stone Toss's like conservative worldview, right? His perspective is AI art is incredible. you know? This is the preferable thing going forward, and this is bad and should be mocked. You're not supposed to side with the two art critics in this webcomic, right? And it's funny because to me, it actually makes the exact opposite point he's trying to make, right? Because this is an actual piece of art. It's called it's called Comedian, right? Let's see here. It's from 2019. And it is quite literally just a banana uh duct taped to a wall in a museum. But it's like one of the funniest pieces of art, and like honestly one of the more thought-provoking pieces of art in recent years, because it's so good. It's so funny. You duct tape a banana to the wall, and then everyone's like, what does it mean? What could it possibly be? And it's a banana duct taped to a wall. Could it be that it shows the slow erasure of time as the banana molds? Could it be like what else could it be? And one of the great things about this is that part of the art is actually like things like certificates of authenticity to prove that the version you have is real, and like very specific instructions on how to like arrange it and show it, how much duct tape, what angle to duct tape it at, etc., etc., etc. Like it's extensive instructions on how to do all of that, and it's all of that work for a banana duct taped to a wall. And it sold for $120,000. And this is probably one of the funnier things. The story down here. Yeah. Purchases. In August 2020, artist Damien Hirst complained to the media that he was unable to purchase the piece and had offered to trade any of his own works for it. With Catalan, the original artist. Catalan replied that the piece had sold out. It's literally a banana duct taped to a wall, and I love that he fully delivers on the concept here. I don't like art that doesn't have meaning, but that's the thing. The meaning of this art piece is found in the interplay between its presentation, the audience's interaction with it, the inherent ridiculousness of how commodifying a piece of art like this functions. Like the comedy of Comedian is in its very existence and how it is commodified, because at the end of the day, you're buying and selling a banana that costs 50 cents from the grocery store, but because it's been commodified and because it has like these specific instructions, it's $120,000. It's the inherent ridiculousness of it. That's the joke. It is constantly telling us new jokes, hence the name Comedian. The entire purpose of the piece is the perpetual like creation of jokes, which is partially why I find this Stone Toss comic so funny, because inadvertently, in trying to make fun of Comedian is actually turning a joke out of this Stone Toss comic, and it's incredible. By the mere nature of it, turning it on its head. Like, it's so good. It's not just a vehicle to make people look like idiots, is the thing. Because it has something to say about the inherent nature of this art, piece, right? Like, it has something to say about the wider art industry, but also it has something to say about how audiences interact with art. And one of the funniest displays that this piece did was it was put up in a museum, and one of the museum goers walked by and was hungry. I think he was a college student. Walked by, was hungry, took it off the wall and just ate the banana, which like in turn makes it even funnier because of how we all choose to interact with this art piece. You know? This is it's great. I love it so much. Because the joke and the messaging of this piece are found more in how we view it and how we commodify it rather than in like, you know, detailed painting of it. And I think that's really great, you know? I think that's really great. One of my other favorite pieces of like modern art is Piss Christ. If any of you have heard of that one, which is I think really like a beautiful piece, right? It's amazing. You mean how rich white people interact with art? No, not even how rich white people interact with art, because I think that the piece like resonates. I think comedian resonates with more than just rich white people. I think that other people from disparate backgrounds interacting with it is part of what makes it funny. It's part of what makes it great. You know? You have a bunch of like rich white assholes looking at it and being like, "Oh yes, this is profound. This has a lot of meaning to it. It's the passage of time, how it ravages us all." But then like but then you have like a poor struggling college student who walks by and just like rips it off the wall and eats it. You know, that's great. That's great. Going to an art museum seems stuffy. Give me fossils and mummies all day. Well, that's a you problem. Our art is always cool, and art is in literally everything that we touch. It's in our movies, it's in our books, it's in everything, and like I don't know, museums are just vehicles to contextualize art. Um but then you have like stuff like Piss Christ, which is literally like a crucifix of Jesus Christ submerged in piss and then photographed. And like I think this is a pretty profound statement on the nature of Christ. But people lose their goddamn marbles over this one. My god. Right? This is metal. Like yeah, this is I think a very Christian message, but ironically many Christians hate this piece of art with a passion, you know? Does that make Rainbow Dash Mason Jar a piece of art? I don't know, maybe a pretty disgusting one. Definitely not my cup of tea. Piss Christ is absolutely art. My goodness. Hey, trans girl Jade. Not a fan of that type of fluid? Me neither, but the good news is that the jar isn't displayed, it's just the photograph. It was most definitely not a Christian message. The guy who made it was literally a deeply committed Catholic. The reason Piss Christ exists is to exemplify the fact that Christ descended into being covered with all of our sins, you know, as symbolized with the urine. That is the main interpretation that the artist intended of that piece. The interpretation others took from it of deep and profound disrespect is actually not the intended message of the piece. But of course, everyone's welcome to their own interpretation. He changed his story after the controversy. Hmm. Citation needed on that one. I haven't heard that part of the tale. Well, yeah, it came after everyone got fucking mad and asked him why he photographed a picture of Christ in piss. But I see no evidence to indicate that he's anything other than sincere about that statement. Li- Literally last year, the artist who made Piss Christ was invited to meet Pope Francis in the Sistine Chapel, and he was personally blessed by the Pope, and the Pope even gave him a thumbs up. Like, come on, I don't know, dude. Like, come on. Did you watch the AI debate between Demon Mama and Paul's Ego with AI art? I did not. More like Sister in Chapel, but Hey, Rambe. Thank you. I'm actually wearing like a full outfit today. No sweatpants this time. Citation needed. I Here you go. Pope hosts artists in Sistine Chapel, even some who attracted controversy. Do 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 do. Among them were the American artist Andre Serrano, whose photograph Piss Christ, an image of a plastic crucifix submerged in a tank full of urine, was considered blasphemous when it debuted in 1987. On Friday, Francis blessed Mr. Serrano and gave him a cheery thumbs up. Citation provided. I don't know why y'all are being so salty about this one. With no pants on? Nah, I got leggings on. To be fair, a lot of conservative Christians hate the Pope. Well, also to be fair, a lot of conservative Christians are not artistically literate. You know, hence the this, hence this. Base Is that a Zatanna cosplay? It was not intended to be, but you know, now that you say that, I do need to get a top hat and a magic wand, then I can maybe like some like white gloves and I can call it a day. That would actually be a really good idea for like a cosplay. I should commit. I should commit to the bit. Hey, Sterling Thomas. What I love about the Stone Toss comic is that he's speaking against himself. Yeah, no kidding. Like Stone Toss is literally like, huh, AI art is very superior to this real art. It like that's literally the messaging of this comic. And like Stone Toss draws his comics. You know, he might be a piece of shit, but as far as I know, he at least does the work of drawing the comics, you know? Silly little Billy. All right, folks. It's time. We're doing the state of play. Let's learn a little bit about the video games that were announced today. I'm excited. I have literally no idea what's coming out anymore. Apparently there's a Prince of Persia game that released like a month ago, and I just completely had no idea. And now Ubisoft is already saying it's a complete and utter flop. I'm sorry, guys, you did not do a good job of letting us know. All right, here we go. Loud. Is this Helldivers? Helldivers 2! These games are fun. Yeah, this is a different direction for Helldivers. Cause yeah, I thought the first one was a top-down like twin-stick shooter. Looks pretty fun though. I'd give that a whirl.
Hi everyone, I'm Herman Hulst, head of PlayStation Studios.
Hulst.
I'm honored to present the first state of play of 2024. The first 3 years of PS5 have given us incredible stories, immersive worlds, and groundbreaking gameplay from
Diablo
PlayStation
was kind of like
Studios
that,
and
yeah.
partners.
Or
We've
not
also
Diablo.
expanded PlayStation Plus
Helldivers.
with new features, including PS5 game streaming. And with
Thanks,
PSVR 2
Jordan.
and
Jordimus
PlayStation
Prime.
Portal, which
Gerodimus
released
Prime.
last November, we're
Where you
committed
been?
to offering new and surprising ways for our audience to interact with their PS5. But none of this means anything without great games, like Helldivers 2, which kicks off a year of amazing experience.
I'm waiting for them to like here is our official announcement that we are pairing with the Dune 2 movie bucket. You can now connect your Dune 2 movie bucket directly to your PlayStation 5 console. Interact in ways you've never dreamed possible before. Don't have sex with it. Definitely don't have sex with the Dune 2 movie bucket.
Experiences and diverse ways to play. Today, we're looking ahead to titles coming later this year and beyond, with extended gameplay and announcements we hope you find as exciting as we do here at PlayStation. Enjoy the show.
The Dune Nussie.
Stop worrying, we know you are not
Butts.
our voice is no one knows we are in your throne.
Is this a game about how it's hard to be a hot android?
Welcome to the world of Stellar Blade. The story
Okay, but for real though, how these robots having such amazing fashion drip in a world like this? What are their supply chains like? Where are they getting these? I want those pants.
begins on post-apocalyptic Earth, where a mysterious enemy called the Natiba has forced the human race to flee to an off-world
Ew.
colony. Players will take control of Eve, a member of the 7th Airborne Squad. Her mission is to save the planet by defeating the Elder Natiba.
All we must do is complete the mission.
While most of the 7th Airborne Squad is lost during their descent from the colony, Eve soon meets 2 new companions. Adam, born on Earth, is in pursuit of an energy source called hypercell.
Make sure to stay cautious. It's where the Alpha Natiba is.
So this must be Ados 7.
Lily, a member of the 5th Airborne Squad, provides engineering support.
Lily Artemis II. Then I can be your engineering support.
She puts her technical knowledge to use by upgrading Eve's equipment throughout the game.
Here. Done.
something does feel different.
So much work went into this game, and it's like the character models are just throwing me off so much.
This is Zion, a city built underneath the wasteland by the last human survivors on Earth.
A whole city underneath the wasteland.
Eve is called Angel by the survivors and is an object of both awe and fear.
I'm not selling anything to you.
They'll seem a bit wary at first, but will gradually loosen up as Eve shows a commitment to rebuilding the city.
Hello, Angel. How are you? I see we have guests.
I can't believe the angel is here.
The survivors
God, these poor people, like, horrifying. Yeah, my face got melted off in the war, but I still got lips, though.
will sometimes ask Eve for help.
Please save my younger sister.
Wait right here.
Their requests will often lead her to the wasteland and the Great Desert.
Yeah, this does feel like
This place
a
has been
very
overrun
cold
by
presentation
mutants
here.
and malfunctioning machines and robots.
A supply camp in a place like this.
You'll occasionally find supply stations set up by previous airborne squads.
So did we get like new outfits or something? Cause like this is a very different outfit than this one. Wait. The redeeming value of this game, is this basically Final Fantasy X-2? Do I search around the post-apocalypse for new, ever more elaborate outfits? In which case, you sons of bitches, you got me.
At each camp, Eve can purchase.
Yeah, can I play
various
dress up?
consumable
That's what I
items,
want to know.
acquire new skills,
See, there's an outfit.
upgrade equipment, and more. She can also take a well-deserved break to restore her health.
I want those pants.
Eve will often encounter people in need
Pants.
and other non-human beings who may need her help.
Request your assistance.
Whether to
Oh.
assist or ignore them is entirely up to the player. On her journey to defeat the Elder Natiba, Eve will sometimes encounter hostile survivors. Or
That thing has a hand for a
something
head.
worse.
Eve, what are you going to do after you defeat the Alpha Natiba?
All airborne squad members exist for one sole purpose.
You mean the extinction of all Natibas, right? To think that the point of your existence is to snuff out another species.
It's so
That is
hard
not
being
an
a
easy
robot.
It's fine. I can do this alone.
It won't be easy.
Man, you know, just once I'd love for there to be a video game where you play as an android, except the point isn't like, oh man, it's so hard being an android in the post-apocalypse. And instead just like, be like a Bayonetta android, okay? Just like own it. Have fun with being an android, you know?
Angel. That's the unofficial name for members of the Eve Airborne Squad.
I can feel the hatred, but I cannot feel the source.
I will find it, and I will make it pay.
Open it.
Why do I recognize this voice actress?
No more lies to blind my eyes. Choose what you
To collapse.
And now take up some
The drone is different.
This is no longer the drone you knew.
so close to the goal, headed to light that I will hold. Now it's time to
I mean, it looks cool.
through all time.
Stetar Blade? What? What is it called? I couldn't read the font. Oh no.
안녕하세요. 십텁의 대표이자 게임의
Stellar?
디렉터인 김영태입니다. 이
Okay.
게임은 우리가 수년간 유저 여러분들께 선보이기 위해 꿈꿔왔던 게임이며 플레이스테이션 5 그리고 플레이스테이션 스튜디오의 전폭적인 지원 덕분에 그 꿈을 현실화할 수 있게 되었습니다. 기나긴 여정이었고 빨리 팬분들이 4월 26일 스텔라 블레이드를 만나보시기를 기대합니다.
My Joan Gabar fleshlight. Oh, that certainly looks like a Sonic. I've seen a couple Sonics in my day. This looks like one of them. Oh shit! It's Shadow! Look out, Sonic! He has a gun! Shit just got real. Sonic's... I'm sorry, just real quick. It's called Sonic X Shadow. Okay, at this point they are at this point they know that they're catering directly to their fan base. They know about all of the copious fan fiction. They know. Send a few things called Alright, I like this art style. Tell me more. Did this game just call me a slur? Yeah, just real quick. If you play this, if you play this, you become gay. It's like The Ring, but gay. You have 7 days. Ring gay. I have no idea what that was for. The art style's cool, but I don't think the game is intended for my old hands. I would like a game with that aesthetic that isn't that. What? What? Did they just rip off like the Squid Game? You guys know what I'm talking about. Splatoon, thank you. Okay, but I am kind of a fan of the fact that if you're gonna rip off Squid Game, Splatoon, I like that they incorporated WarioWare-like visuals. That's a good way of getting me on board with your game. This is also not for me, but looks all right. Oh, that looked cool. Godzilla game? What? 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 Dave, no! I mean, I have to play it now, I guess. What the hell? What the hell was that? I have not played V Rising. I remember Mint Kuro was playing it. No, I think it's just coming to PS5.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
Hi, Sean.
This next game is a result of a very close partnership with Konami and marks the return of a horror franchise that has been with us since the original PlayStation.
Oh no.
Let's take a look at what's next for Silent Hill.
There's no way this can be good, right? Like there's no way that that their Silent Hill thing is going to be good right after what they just did to Silent Hill on like Twitch, right? Oh.
Maybe I can be like her. Here goes. Is this a dream? Who's there? What's with this place? Cherry blossoms bloom within the grasp of death. What are you hiding inside? Maya? What the fuck? I'm sorry. Stop!
I remember playing this back when it was called Slender Man, the 7 pages. Man, that looked weak as hell, dude. Wait, it's free to play? What? The full game is free? Nah, there's no way. What the hell is this?
Konnichiwa. サイレントヒルシリーズのプロデューサーを務める岡本元井です。
Motoi Okamoto, they sent you out to die. I'm sorry.
ご覧いただいたのはサイレントヒルザ・ショートメッセージという全く新しいサイレントヒルとなります。本作は本日この後プレイステーション5で無料配信いたします。コナミが送る現代を舞台にしたサイコロジカルホラーをぜひ体験してください。それでは最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
I have thoughts. I'll share it after whatever this is. Wow. So, Konami really doesn't give any fucks anymore, do they? Holy moly. They just murdered Silent Hill 2. Like, I've played Silent Hill 2. It's the only one I've played, and that looked like garbage. Konami's not making the Silent Hill 2 remake. They handed it off to Bloober Team. Bloober Team, what the hell? I'm not the only one who thought that then? Yeah, no, that looked really bad. Like even the fog, like when you think of Silent Hill 2, you think of the fog. This fog is dog shit. Like this is not the effect from the games. This is like a cheap smoke effect straight from like the Unreal Engine marketplace, you know? If they release it anywhere close to what we're seeing here, that is a travesty. That was really bad. And on top of that, like the previous, like the short message Silent Hill that they just previewed before this one, like I'm sorry, guys, but like, if you're gonna make a horror about like a teen girl who's like committed suicide, that was about like the most stereotypical, like, if you were just in a pitch meeting, like pitching ideas, like, oh, we're gonna put all of the mean things her classmates said about her on the walls, and there's gonna be something that chases her through like a maze like structure that looks like a schoolyard, and also we're going to have her trying to get to a better place by killing herself, but surprise, it's Silent Hill, baby. Like that, like what the hell was that? That was not great. Am I the only one who likes the Silent Hill movie? I've seen one of them. I think I saw Silent Hill Revelations, and it was surprisingly not as bad as people said it was. Like, not great, but just like, yeah, it was pretty all right. Pretty all right popcorn flick. Yeah, her old friend we never knew will text her. Yeah, like, yeah, that's what I really want to play when I play a Silent Hill game. I want angsty. I want teenage angst. That's interesting in Silent Hill. Is that a tux? No, it's just a suit coat and like a shiny silk shirt. And then like a bow tie, because I'm fancy like that. That was really disappointing. Silent Hill 3 made it work? Yeah, but Silent Hill 3 had personality. That had cliches. No, I'm not going to make you watch it again. I'm sorry. Okay, also, if you're going to be, I don't know, debuting Silent Hill 2 remake, don't have like a rock anthem playing. That game, there's no part of Silent Hill 2 where you're like, fuck yeah, this rocking out, buddy. Like, nah, that's not that there's no point in Silent Hill 2 where the vibes are even like that. Ooh, is this Judas? Yes.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Say hi back. Of course they know.
I'm so glad we're finally getting BioShock 4.
What if I told you that every word you say is being recorded? Every thought you've ever had? Your love. Your fear. Your hate. We're just planted in your brain like weeds in a garden. What would you do to free yourself? We both know the answer to that question. Nothing. You are the frog in a pot, boiling so slowly. You don't even know what's happening. But I'm here to set you free. Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, this is the game that like Ken Levine and like some of the folks from the BioShock developer have been working on for like the last, I don't know, like 10 years. Basically looks like a combo of BioShock and System Shock. Yeah, when it comes to Ken Levine, I'm willing to see like what he's been cooking up. Okay, that looked pretty cool, but you know, we'll see if it ever releases.
to the flame. Think of this fire as a beacon. Its warmth, its energy. Now, focus your mind on your wife.
Ooh, is this more Metro?
The void.
Oh. It's VR Metro. I mean, it looks cool, but eh. Maybe I'll be on board with VR in like another generation or two of like refinement, but not now. Is this Elder Scrolls? Did they like remake Daggerfall in like VR or something? As I say that, that sounds like a really cool thing for them to do, actually. Okay.
I knew you would come.
Yay! A good game!
Aye, make no mistake. The dragon will appear before you when the time is come.
I love these games. Dragon's Dogma is badass.
Look here, you beast! Come and face me! Monster, watch out! You truly are formidable, Arisen.
Oh, that's cool. You can literally use the ice as like platforms.
Make manifest your will. That's at last this world might.
Hold fast to your strength of will, Arisen One. Those who can be of aid to you will reveal themselves in time.
Thy will, thy soul, these are all the means thou hast to carve thy path anew.
God. The first two are amazing.
Schemes will avail you not, watching one.
Like the first game and its expansion are incredible.
皆さんこんにちは、チーム忍者の安田です。ライズ・オブ・ザ・ローニンは自由な探索や幅広い戦闘を体験できるオープンワールドアクション RPG です。歴史上の人物たちと紡ぐ因縁によって物語が変化していきますので、ぜひ一人の浪人として皆様それぞれの幕末を体験してください。オープンワールドで描かれる幕末の世界をお楽しみください。
Ooh, this one I've been looking forward to too. This looks great.
本作の舞台の一つ、横浜です。19世紀幕末の時代、最初に国外に開かれた横浜では、和と洋が入り混じった独特の街並みが広がっています。主人公は鍵縄を使って屋根の上に
Like, this
登ったり、
already looks really
装
fun
置
just to
踏
like
切を使って高所から滑空
move
し
around
上
in.
空を移動することも可能です。
What? That was cool.
攻撃やガードを駆使しながら敵の攻撃を石火で弾いて体勢を崩すことも可能です。敵の武器と相性のいい流派を選ぶと戦いを有利に進めることができます。
Whoa, what the hell is that?
戦闘では日本刀や長槍以外にも海外からもたらされた短銃などさまざまな武器が使用できます。発明家である伊賀七と因縁を深めるとさまざまなからくり装置を入手できます。トリビ砲は伊賀七が作ったからくりで現代の火炎放射器のような強力な遠隔武器です。トリビ砲や和洋折衷のアクションである銃剣など西洋の技術を生かした武器をうまく活用すれば強敵にも打ち勝つことができるのでぜひマスターしてください。
You may be better swordsman, but I have a gun.
幕末を生きる人物たちと紡いだ因縁が物語に大きく影響します。ぜひライズ・オブ・ザ・浪人で一人の浪人として運命を切り開いてください。
That looks cool. I want to try it. Yeah, I want to at least give it the benefit of the doubt. Oh no, the G Klein, that was the Game Awards stream. Cat. Cat friend, cat friend, cat friend, cat friend. Whoa, what? That was a cool level of destruction. All right, I'll check that one out.
What did you do? Just messing around, man. It wasn't serious. I'm such an idiot. Oh, Anna!
There are a few things I need to make sure you understand.
I'm going to give you 10 seconds.
No, please! No!
The past is beyond our control. You have to accept this in order to move forward.
It was just a prank, man.
Everything you do, every decision you make from now on will open doors to the future.
The choice is yours.
I want you to remember this. I want you to remember this as you play your game.
Sam. Looking for me?
Oh shit! I never got to play this. This could be really fun to play this year. I'm excited. Is it Death Stranding 2? Kojima's getting weird again. He stopped? Oh shit. Ooh, ew. What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Welcome to Drawbridge, Sam. And to the GHV Magellan, our mobile base of operations. Come on, I'll help you get your bearings. This is the ship's armory. Here you can check your weapons and put them through their paces. These rooms over here belong to other members of the crew. They're pretty much the same as yours. And the shower's down at the end.
This is one hell of a ship you got here. Courtesy of the UCA, I'm guessing.
No. As I told you, Drawbridge is a civilian outfit. But we do have a generous patron with access to plenty of capital and tech.
Sounds like a UCA big shot.
Don't ask me. We've never met face to face. They value their privacy.
Seriously? No better than to believe that bullshit.
It's the same deal as America. The people here are all spread out.
I have no
Cut off
idea
from one
what
another.
the color choices
We
were.
want you to help us bring the world together.
Sam, would you mind if I joined you?
Why is there a stop motion puppet? What the hell? I love it. I love how weird it is. And like, if anyone asks him about it, he's gonna be like, "You'll regret your words and deeds by the time the story is finished." And you'll just be like, What words? What deeds?" And he'll look at you sternly and just say, "You know what you did," and walk away. And you'll just be there perplexed. And somehow by the end, it still won't quite make sense, but it will kind of make sense if you squint about it a little bit.
Humor him. His knowledge and experience will probably come in handy down the road.
Yes. Really, Sam? Your buttocks? What about shotgun? I prefer the driver's seat.
Sam, do you read me? You'll first need to
It all
access the
breathes through
Mexico
its skin.
side plate gate terminal. After we've confirmed network coverage, we can take the DHV Magellan and regroup at your position.
The problem is, not everybody wants to be part of the UCA.
That's not the plan, Sam. The UCA isn't looking to expand its borders. Just like with Mexico, they want to bring new regions into the network. Anyway, the DHV Magellan's here to back you up. As always, you'll be the one leading the way to expand the network.
What's your role in all this? You're the commander, huh?
That's right. These days I'm fragile in name only.
What? Okay, so I always meant to play Death Stranding, and I never got around to playing it. But every time I like get like story snippets, I'm just like, what the hell is happening? So I should probably go and play it. I feel like I'm really missing out on something special.
You brought America together, helped it be reborn as the UCA. But I'm afraid that Death Stranding is far from over. Humanity is still in danger, still on the brink of extinction. Don't act like you don't see it. A lot of things changed after you went off on your own, especially within the UCA. Bridges no longer oversees the distribution network. They withdrew once things were up and running. So your friends and co-workers all went their separate ways. Within network coverage, there's no need to rely on human porters anymore. So after I closed up shop, I went and started a new group. One that handles work in regions outside the UCA. We decided to call ourselves Drawbridge.
With the support of the Chiral Network and APAS, humanity will be free from the need to move around. Bots are capable of handling deliveries.
He's alive.
He called himself a ghost, but...
We found a way back from the beach just so he could kill us.
He said he came back to get revenge on you and me.
Hey, brother. Did you miss me? Yeah, I figured you'd pay this place a visit, seeing as how I've been distributing the fruits of this fine factory all over the continent. Guns and violence, the whole damn world could be yours.
You got a
Same
weird
as it
face.
ever was. Oh. Looks like you decided to trade in that rope for a stick this go-round. Well, I suppose even the porter has to pull the trigger from time to time. Oh, what about you? Hey, buddy. Are you just another soulless little husk, huh?
Let go of me!
Oh.
What the hell?
Pathetic guitarist! Where's the rest of your band?
No, Well, ain't that something?
Was it you, Higgs? Huh? Was it you that killed Lou?
What is happening? Gray Fox! What? What the hell? This is awesome. We got a clown fighting a robot with a guitar.
You don't know a goddamn thing about Lou.
All right, Sam. Let's see what we can find on Lou.
If you want answers, you're gonna have to find them yourself. But the ones you do find, well, that pain you nurse will only get worse. Sam the man in the dark about everything.
Babby.
Don't forget, coming on this expedition was meant to help you find the strength to carry on. And you have. We all know you've got this. Now it's time to finish the journey, Sam. Please understand, Sam. We never meant to string you along.
That chrysalis, we found her inside. It was filled with a fluid that contained amino acids. One's identical in structure to the kind found in tar.
I'm sorry, there are amino acids in tar? As in proteins?
Of course. How else did you think that chiral creatures could emerge from it? Some have even theorized that the tower is a sort of primordial soup.
I was there. I saw her home. It was a hellhole.
I have no idea what's happening.
You see, after you left Bridges, I decided to do a little digging. Now, according to them, BB-28 was flagged for disposal and subsequently incinerated 4 years ago, long before you and Lou first met.
Oh, George Miller's in it. That's neat.
And now here with me today is visionary game creator and founder of Kojima Productions, Kojima-san. Hi, welcome. Today, I'm excited.
Also, let's just take a moment to acknowledge Hideo Kojima has like the best drip in the business. Dude dresses cool, all right?
Excited to announce that together, as part of the PlayStation and Kojima Productions partnership, Hideo is going to take us on an exciting new adventure. One that I've been encouraging him to reinvent for years.
はい、全く新しいオリジナルの IP になります。
Oh shit, he's announcing another game
新世代
too.
のアクションエスピオナージゲームです。準備を始めてますけども、デストランディ
He's making an action adventure game, Oh, sorry, action espionage game. You making Snettle Gear Molid?
世代のアクションエスピオナージゲームです。準備を始めてますけども、デストランディング
With your
2の
favorite
後に
character.
本格的に小島プロダクションで制作にかかります。ソニーさんとは、ほぼ30年にわたりエスピオナージものを一緒に育ててきたという強い経験もあります。またソニーさんは、ゲームだけではなく音楽も映画もされています。
Good evening, Pup and Joe.
間違いなく強力なコラボレーションになるはずです。さらに2年後には僕の、ゲーム制作人生の40周年を迎えます。このタイトルが、僕の集大成の作品になると確信をしています。
Alternatively, how cool would it be if he got the rights back to Snatcher and like just remade it as an action espionage game? That'd be so cool.
Action espionage game by Hideo Kojima. This is one of my favorite genres, one that I've been hoping you would revisit with a bold new vision. Can you share anything else about this new development?
ですね、まだ詳しくは言えませんけども、最先端のテクノロジーと、世界中の才能を集結して作る予定です。もちろんインタラクティブなゲームなんですけども、ルック、物語、テーマ、キャスト、
It's also a
演技、
movie
ファ
at
ッ
the
ショ
same
ン、
time.
サウンド、どれをとっても、同時に映画でもあるようなものです。本作で、映画とゲームの壁を越えたいと思っています。
We're all really excited about this project, and we will
I can't wait to watch 60 hours of cutscenes and play 15 to 20 hours of game. I can't wait. I say that, you might think I'm joking. I'm not. I'm really excited for that.
We support you with the latest innovation Sony has to offer. More details to come.
Stay tuned.
Oh shit! Does he own a movie studio? Oh shit! He's in the movie studio! Let's go! Honestly, Sony Pictures, just hand this man like $1 billion and have him make you a franchise, okay? He'll make you a $250 movie franchise. Go for it. Is that what that was? Yeah, basically they were like, yeah, it's gonna be a movie and a video game. It's gonna be both. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be huge. And then they like pan out and show that like they're doing all of this in the middle of the Sony Pictures production lot. That's so cool. Also, yeah, Konami let him go because Konami is more interested in making pachinko machines, aka like slot machines. And that's where they believed all of their money would come in the future. So they basically just cut all of their video game franchises and like dropped Hideo Kojima and like have basically been just like sleepwalking through creating like their sports games. It's been wild to watch their decline. It's gonna win 127 Oscars and nobody will have any idea what it's about. True! Also, hi everybody! We've been going for an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't do it without you guys, so please do consider gifting subs or donos. What's worse, Ubisoft, EA, or Konami? Konami, hands down. Like, EA is awful for a wide variety of reasons. Ubisoft is awful for a wide variety of reasons. But the reasons those two companies are awful largely are the same. Konami is awful for all of the same reasons, but also doesn't produce anything worthwhile. And Raven Wood, I appreciate the sub. I was just so enraptured looking at the trailers. Thank you for being subscribed for 31 months over on Twitch. That's crazy. Thank you very, very much for being with me for the long haul. Why focus on that part of the business? Was gaming really just not making the yen? It's because they were making so much more money off of pachinko. Basically, Konami's business overall was more and more relying on making pachinko machines, and they were making way more money doing that than by investing in video games, which they were not very good at. And also, I believe like their leadership is largely like old and elderly, and don't really see the profit in video games. And when they looked at the spreadsheet, they were like, we could just cut out the video games and invest in the pachinko and make way more money. And that's ultimately what they did. Yeah, and basically every time they invested like $100 million into Metal Gear Solid, like they had to like hold their breath and just hope that by giving money to the madman Kojima, like it would return their investment. I mean, Castlevania is a great series. They just don't make them. You know, like that's the whole thing. There's always a chance someone will do a Peter Molyneux. Exactly. That was fun. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, but y'all, let's go. I appreciate it. Excited. Also, make sure you remember to like the stream, folks. And we are 7 subscribers away from hitting 4,000 subs on the YouTube channel, which is very, very exciting. For sure. Is she reading from YouTube or Twitch? Neither, baby. I'm reading from all of the chats. And also, the on-screen chat is from riverboat.gg. It's that site right there. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see. We're at 33 likes. Those are child numbers. A child could get 33 likes. Let's hit 50. Please don't go, or I'll fucking off myself. I'm sorry. I'm gonna call your bluff on that one. I'll be right back. And also consider dropping subs or donos, folks, because I need to live, and it's the last day of the month, baby. Let's go. BRB. Howdy, folks. Howdy, howdy, howdy. How y'all doing? Beep boop boop boop. Beep boop 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 boop. Hello, Sterling Thomas. Also, the superstar herself. Love you all. Love you too, Brandon. All right. There were a few things I wanted to talk about today, but they were mostly like minor stories, like Andrew Tate getting denied the ability to leave Romania again upon appeal, or like Senator Tom Cotton repeatedly asking someone from Shanghai whether or not they were a member of the Communist Party. Just a couple of things like that, and like you know, actually, you know, I think we could do this one. I think we could do this one. Basically, Iowa wants to pass a law that allows for public schools to have chaplains, and one of the ministers for the Satanic Temple, who's named Mortimer Adramelech, says that he opposes the bill, but if it passes, Satanic Temple chaplains will participate if it becomes law. And you know, God bless the Satanic Temple, okay? They're funny as hell, and also really good at advocating in a way that actually prevents fundamentalist conservative Christians from implementing their Christian nationalist policies. You know, it's pretty great. Also, this guy looks like this. He literally looks like Dr. Robotnik's like distant cousin who shows up on the holidays with like extra presents. You know.
Hi, I'm Mortimer Adramelech. I am a lifelong Iowan. I am a minister of Satan for the Satanic Temple. I personally oppose Bill HF 2073 because I believe in the separation of church and state. But if the bill does pass, I'm excited for the opportunities it presents for the Satanic Temple to provide support, services, and programs to school children in our state. Iowa has several ordained ministers of Satan, and we would be happy to engage children. Hail Satan, hail Iowa, and thank you for your time. Hi, I'm...
Oh, God. Also, the guy who beheaded the Satanic Temple statue is now being charged with a hate crime because he beheaded a religious symbol legally erected on state grounds. He's being charged with the crime, and conservatives are losing their shit about it because in their mind, they're completely and utterly justified in beheading a satanic statue. Unbeknownst to them, the state unfortunately cannot be biased in cases of religion, and that poses a problem when you, you know, make a law enabling religious organizations to erect statues on state property, which is what Christian nationalists pushed for like 20 goddamn years, and they finally got. I believe that's called being got. Yeah. So we were gonna talk about those in a little bit more in depth, but I think we covered it. I think we covered it in the you know, we covered it enough. Funny stuff. Oh, speaking of funny stuff. We got one more funny thing, all right? We got one more funny thing. Cornel West is officially changing his party affiliation yet again in his bid for the presidency. And this time he's not joining a pre-existing party. now he's making a party of his own called the Justice for All Party. And here's this video talking about it.
We are proud to already be on the ballot.
I can't imagine someone who's flushed their credibility down the toilet so quickly as this man.
State of Alaska, Oregon, we're on the move and we have a 50-state strategy. That's why the establishment of the Justice for All Party, that's right, we're calling for the Justice for All Party to be used to gain access to the ballot in those states where it's easier to gain access to the ballot party as opposed to independent. I'll be an independent in other states. But I'm calling for you as volunteer, you as citizen, you to become part of this campaign, which ain't nothing but a moment in a movement based on the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr., Fannie Lou Hamer,
Man.
Dorothy Day, Rabbi Heschel, Edward Said, Cesar Chavez. It goes on and on. The best of the history of America, the best of the president of America, concerned about poor and working people. Justice for All Party. We're on our way.
This dude used to be incredibly respected, but this entire campaign has been one joke after another.
50 states. Come with us. Be a part of us.
Just... Man. Did you know each state requires independent candidates to meet unique requirements to be allowed alongside duopoly party candidates on the election ballot? Yeah, every state has requirements to be on the ballot. Yep. That is how that works. He will stand as the Justice for All candidate in some states and independent in other states, and in others may be the candidate of choice of another third party. What is this, dude? He's like in 5 different parties at once.
Justice for all.
Justice for all.
And justice for all.
Justice for all.
And justice for all.
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 And justice for all.
Justice for all.
Justice for all.
Justice for all.
And justice for all.
Man, also, just real quick, if you don't have the people reading that saying, you should just have them say justice for all. Because if you have them say and justice for all and they aren't enunciating the and, it can very easily be enunciated as injustice for all. Like, it starts sounding like you're saying injustice for all. Like, just a little small thing, but it means it makes a big difference. Man. I think all the small yet ideologically close parties should merge. Again, do people not realize that, like, even if that were the case, you still wouldn't have enough political power to, like, get into office? Come on. Dude, I feel like people literally don't understand that we've needed a change from the two-party system, but guess what? Go back to civics class. The two parties have been there since the Federalists. Yeah. I mean, what people need to go and look into is the fact that in order to break the two-party duopoly, you have to organize on a state level to change how the voting happens. Like, just mathematically, if you have a first-past-the-post system to determine, like, a political candidate, then it tends to, over time, sort into a two-party duopoly. But if you have ranked choice voting, that enables and encourages the adoption of a multi-party system. So if you want more political parties, you have to organize on a state level to change how your state holds elections, which you can do because each state does its elections differently based on the democratic process that decided upon it, you know? Well, I mean, Firestar Awesome, like, even if you want a new constitution, you also have to organize on a state level to be able to call for a constitutional convention. So, like, either way, it relies on the mobilization of people power. Wouldn't the two parties still tend to dominate and win even in ranked choice voting? No, not necessarily. Basically, because of the way ranked choice voting works, it would allow for people to have, like, say, you know, their third party of choice, the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. You know, like, it would, their votes would count down the list. So it would basically change the entire nature of how voting is done in the United States. But that, like, you need to change the voting method, and in order to do that, you need to organize within your state. But, you know, a lot of lefties would prefer to just complain about the two-party duopoly and then not do anything about it, and then try and leverage their votes ineffectively every 4 years. Well, typically when you call for a constitutional convention, you can call for what you are wanting to change. Usually it's adding a specific amendment to the Constitution. So it's not quite as dangerous as people make it out to seem. It's true, Bill Casey. Primary Democrats. You know what also helps when primarying Democrats? If you've organized on a state level before, you know? Thanks, Firestar Awesome. It's literally just a silk shirt and like a sport coat. Get the skips on? What is the skips on? Is this an Australian saying I'm unaware of? Also, if I'm a little low energy tonight, I'm sorry. I'm again running on like 3 hours of sleep, but it's the last day of the month. I am probably gonna take a slow day tomorrow. But what makes the primarying Democrats makes the party look weak? Well, that's too bad. Kind of a slur for Australian. Ah. Good day. Oh my god. Also, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, and consider dropping some subs or donos. Assume that's satin. I have no idea what the fabric is. It does feel nice. I'm sorry you're having a rough day, condensed can of meat. then how do you wash it? It's literally been warned a few times that I have not washed it. Let's see. Are you just throwing any old random stuff in the machine? Sometimes. I'm literally too tired to engage with the thought process of what the actual fabric of this shirt is and how it needs to be washed. That's a multi-part thought that I am not in the current headspace for. Want 40 minutes of pure brain rot? Is it Piers Morgan debating Ben Shapiro? Because I already have that, and that's what we're watching next. Baby! That's right. We have Piers Morgan talking with Ben Shapiro. And we're going to rot our brains with it. Get ready to molder into your seats in amazement as they butt heads and create squelching fireworks. Here we go!
Sense that Ben Shapiro is one of the most talked about political pundits on the planet. When he sounds off, people listen. And as of this week, they've been listening to him rapping. Yes, you have.
No, time to smoke weed? Well, I've been streaming for 2 hours and I've got 1 Twitch sub under my belt. So we're gonna goddamn watch this. I'll be damned.
Heard that correctly. The man who once infamously said, "Fact, rap isn't music, and if you think it is, you're stupid," sparking international outrage, currently has, this is true, the #1 hip-hop single in the United States. We'll find out why and frankly how a little later. But when he's not dropping the rap beats, Ben Shapiro's day job is dropping hard truths. At least that's how he sees it. He's incisive and, as I say, to some extent...
I wonder if Piers Morgan is going to nettle Ben so badly that he storms off the show, like that other guy.
...injury takes on politics, on Trump, on liberal insanity, and of course on the Israel-Hamas war, are put in front and centre of the debates we're all having. So tonight, I'm going to have a few debates myself with Ben Shapiro. And Ben, the host of The Ben Shapiro Show, and editor emeritus of The Daily Wire, joins me now. Ben, well, first of all, I don't know quite how to say this with a straight face, but congratulations on being the #1 rap hip-hop star in the world.
So first of all, you shouldn't say that with a straight face because it's legitimately the funniest thing maybe in the history of mankind. It's ridiculous and silly and hilarious. And yes, we're very much for it. So yo, yo, yo. From Dr. Dreidel to you.
Well, we're going to come back to your hip-hop career a little later, but let's just focus on where we left off last time. I interviewed you 4 days after the appalling terror attacks of October the 7th, when emotions were very raw, and I asked you directly then about what you felt would be a proportionate response by Israel to what Hamas did on that terrible day. And this is what you said.
Frankly, I don't believe in proportionate response to terrorism. I believe that the way that you stop terrorism is with wildly
Hey!
The lack of BWA without me makes me sad. So, I'm bringing sexy BWA back.
Paladin, thank you for the $50 dono. That is incredibly kind of you. And 2, you will and always will be the original BWA. The OG BWA, as it were.
Disproportionate response. That doesn't mean in terms of targeting civilians. It means in terms of killing as
Thank
many
you so
terrorists
much.
as humanly possible.
So my question is today, what is the going rate today for human lives? I mean, 2014 was a great year for Ben Shapiro. 88 Israelis were died, and there was 2,329 Palestinians killed on the other side. That is 1 Israeli for 27 Palestinians. That is a very good exchange rate. What I'm saying is, what is the exchange rate for today? So you guys will be happy.
So that was
Bassem Youssef is such a goddamn legend.
Bassem Youssef's response to you saying, effectively, when you deal with terrorism, there should be no sense of proportion. First of all, your response to what he said there.
Listen, Bassem is a very smart guy, and I don't think that sarcasm or bad analogies or moral equivalence are really substitutes for realism or moral clarity about...
Yeah, I feel like he's asking a really simple question. How many people need to die in retaliation before, like, a war can be stopped? You know, like, is it 100 to 1? Is it 1,000 to 1? Like, what is the? I guess what is the loss of life that would appease like Ben Shapiro's bloodlust? I feel like that's actually like a pretty to the point question.
Situations like fighting terrorism, no one wants civilians to die, except for Hamas. Hamas actually does want civilians to die, but nobody rejoices when civilians die. No one is looking for an exchange rate of death for death. The point that I was making is that when you are talking about, for example, legal proportionality in terms of just war, what you're talking is about proportionality to achieve your target.
But here's the thing, right? Like, I've heard this talking point a lot, actually, about this issue. That, like, it's not about the inflicting pain and suffering. It's actually about achieving your war goal. And normally, that would be a relatively decent response. Except that usually war goals are, like, specific, attainable, trackable things. You know, eliminating Hamas is not one of those. You know, there's no way to track the elimination of Hamas. There's no way to make sure that their chain of command has been destroyed. There's really no way to even know how many of the people being killed by Israeli guns and bombs are even members of Hamas. The best we have are estimates, and even the estimates from the IDF are like they kill like two-thirds of the people they kill are like children, and the other third are like Hamas terrorists, according to them. You know, like this is not a trackable goal for them. And if the goal is, oh well, we need to kill the Hamas leadership, the Hamas leadership isn't in the Gaza Strip. They're in Qatar. They're in surrounding countries. They're not in the combat zone. So like, how do you track having destroyed or killed or eradicated Hamas? And the answer is you really can't. It's kind of one of those things where like the U.S. War goal was to eliminate the Taliban, but we never really were able to do that. And this is a similarly unattainable war goal. Or at the very least, a nebulous enough war goal that they can continue pursuing it for an indefinite period of time.
There is no actual math that goes into a war where you say, if a certain number of people die on this side versus a certain number of people die on that side, therefore the war is unjust. That's not exactly how war works.
But certainly there is some kind of ratio, Ben, right? Like, clearly, like, eradicating, like, millions of people would constitute, like, an unjust war, right? Eliminating millions of civilians would constitute an unjust war, right? So, like, what is the ratio? Like, what is the number at which you would be uncomfortable? Like, how many Palestinians would have to die for Ben Shapiro to be uncomfortable? I think that's a pretty pertinent question, actually.
War is geared toward achieving a certain goal. Achieving that goal, if it is a moral goal, is moral. And then the question is, what is the minimum amount of force that you need to use in order to achieve that goal? That's what we were talking about when we talk about proportionality. When you're fighting a war like Israel is currently fighting in the Gaza Strip, in which Hamas has embedded itself in virtually every area of life, in civilian neighborhoods, in schools, in hospitals, but beneath cemeteries. When you see Hamas do this sort of stuff, the question is, what level of force must Israel use in order to extirpate that terrorist presence and that terrorist threat? And frankly, Israel would love to do that with a minimum of both Palestinian death and Israeli death, considering that more than 200 Israeli soldiers have been killed in the Gaza Strip. I mean, I'm 1 degree removed from 3 of the soldiers who've been killed in the Gaza Strip. For Israel, that's a heavy burden. Beyond that, Israel has no interest in mass killing of Palestinians. They were perfectly happy to leave the Gaza Strip completely alone, despite heavy rockets.
And yet, they're all displaced currently. Like 80% of like the living spaces have been destroyed. Like, this is the map constructed by The Guardian showing the extent of the bombing of the Gaza Strip. These red splotches are all destroyed buildings. everything in the red here has been reduced to rubble. There's nothing habitable in here. Is this a minimum amount of force when you wipe out the homes of over 1 million people? And kill 30,000 of them? I mean, I would say no.
Rocket fire for full on 20 years, from 2005 all the way up till 2023. It's 18 years. And Israel did not participate in, for example, the kind of action that you are seeing, which is a direct result of October 7th. The goal for Israel is to extirpate Hamas. All of this.
Well, by the way, Ben Shapiro's just lying here. Israeli snipers would routinely shoot anyone who got too close to the border of the fence in Gaza, even if they were just picking olives, even if they were children, even if they were medics, even if they were peaceful protesters. This is a very big misrepresentation.
Could be over literally tomorrow. And by the way, every day since October 7th, if the leaders of Hamas walked out, held their hands up, took deportation. We're not even talking about an Israeli jail. There's probably a deal on the table right now for Hamas leaders.
I'm sorry, Ben. You think that if the Hamas leaders in Gaza walked out with their hands up, that they would actually be taken into custody? No, they'd be shot dead like dogs. What are you talking about? If they walked out, we literally have video of Palestinians waving white flags being shot dead.
To actually be sent just to some third-party country.
Hell, there was a video of hostages who were waving white flags being shot by the IDF.
They were to surrender the hostages, surrender power, and leave. This war would be over like immediately.
Okay, well, let me take
Hamas
you up.
will not do that. They've been firing rockets into Tel Aviv literally this week.
Right, let me take you up on that, because I don't think it would end that way, because I think the trouble with what's been going on since we last spoke in terms of proportion is, I saw a BBC report yesterday that the UN report.
Yeah, no, literally.
Now to the latest on the war between Israel and Hamas. Right now, Israel is facing new criticism after its military admitted killing 5 civilians in 2 separate incidents. The latest, an IDF sniper accused of shooting an elderly woman and her daughter inside a Catholic church in Gaza. The Vatican calling the Israeli military acts, quote, senseless. Among the thousands that have been killed in Israel's ground campaign in Gaza, 3 Israeli hostages were mistakenly shot by IDF soldiers yesterday. Tonight, officials revealed they were killed while waving a white flag.
Yeah, Ben, I'm sure if the leaders of Hamas came out waving white flags, they'd be treated so well.
Reporting that 19,000 children in Gaza have now been orphaned. Another 10,000 children are reported by the Hamas-run Palestinian Health Authority have been killed. 50 to 60% of Gazan buildings have been severely damaged or completely destroyed. And I don't see any.
Yeah, there have been over 100 journalists killed in Gaza. Like, there is no restraint being shown.
Nearness to the end of this, because by Israel's own numbers, they've only killed, if you believe their numbers, and I'm not quite sure how they know this, under 10,000 Hamas terrorists. That means that 2/3 of the Hamas terrorists are still to be taken out. So this could go on for many months, maybe a year, and those numbers of civilians being killed will exponentially rise, and the devastation in Gaza will reach a point where there is no real Gaza left. And I don't understand here, Ben, what the end game is for Israel. I'm not even sure they've worked it out themselves, other than to just obliterate everything in what many see as an overreaction to what happened by a superpower that hasn't thought through the consequences of taking out the whole of Gaza.
It's certainly hard to deem an overreaction to the murder of 1,200 of your citizens and more than 100 hostages still being kept by a terror group in destroying buildings, for example. Right now, what Israel is attempting to do and what the long-term plan is going to be, and I said this in the interview, as you'll recall, days after October 7th, is that there would, in fact, be a long-term military occupation of Gaza. The question is going to be when Israel shifts its strategy from a high-intensity campaign to a lower intensity occupation, which is predictably going to be the result of all of this. Because again, the governing power in Gaza is still Hamas. When Hamas is no longer the governing power, the question is going to be...
Question, Ben. How are they a governing power? The entire governmental structure in Gaza has, like, completely broken down. Again, I'm going to refer you to this map where all of these red dots are destroyed buildings. This is northern Gaza. Yeah, I'm sure Hamas is very they're holding like town hall meetings. They're really doing the work of governing in the, I don't know, 2 blocks left standing total.
What replaces it? Unfortunately, there's been no power other than Israel that has been willing to actually take up that question, simply because the Palestinian Authority is incapable of even running the West Bank. The Palestinian Authority is deeply unpopular even in the West Bank. The Palestinian Authority is itself rife with corruption and Jew hatred. There's literally law on the books in the Palestinian Authority, pay for slay, that actually pays people for the killing of Jews. So that is not a power that can be in charge of the Gaza Strip that will leave Israel with any sort of sense of security. The UAE has no interest in running the Gaza Strip. Egypt has no interest in running the Gaza Strip. Jordan has no interest in running the Gaza Strip. Saudi has no interest in running the Gaza Strip. The United States obviously has no interest in running the Gaza Strip. So the question becomes, who runs the Gaza Strip? And if you are Israel, that question is not a question for a distant day. That is a question for every day. And right now, the military is effectively in control of the Gaza Strip, and that is likely to remain until there is some form of regime in the Gaza Strip that can be put in place that will end with the extirpation of terrorism, that cannot involve the UNRWA, which is a terror haven, that cannot involve the UN.
I mean, I would say maybe there's a way one could negotiate with, like, the Palestinian Authority to, like, take over administration of the Gaza Strip to stabilize the situation and then hold, like, democratic elections, but that would require the Israeli government to be at all interested in doing that, which they are not. Netanyahu has repeatedly said he rejects any notion of a two-state solution, and they are not going to do a one-state solution that involves enfranchising Palestinians. So they're literally right now, Israel is not willing to do either of the things that it would take to bring about an end to this conflict. And until they're ready to do that, it's kind of a moot point here for Ben to be like spitting ideas out like this.
Because the UN, unfortunately, has been cover for Hamas for literally 20 years. And so the question here...
The point he's making, Shakespeare, I think, is that the Palestinian Authority is not well liked by the Palestinians. Most Palestinians view the Palestinian Authority as, like, kowtowing to the Israeli government, of collaborating with them, and, like, view them as very corrupt as a result. So there's very much a antipathy towards the Palestinian Authority, and that has, of course, shot through the roof following all of the violence in the Gaza Strip and the inability of the Palestinian Authority to stop, like, illegal settlements or stop the intimidation of Palestinians by Israeli settlers. Yeah. So, peaceful coexistence otherwise? I don't know that peaceful coexistence is possible between an occupier and the occupied. In order to bring about, like, an actual peaceful coexistence, I think there needs to be a two-state solution. Or a one-state solution. But again, Netanyahu and the literal terrorists in his cabinet do not want to actually allow that to happen, unfortunately. And I'm not just saying that to be facetious. Itamar Ben-Gvir is a convicted terrorist in Israel. So, he's the national security member of the cabinet. It's true. Israel and their neighbor Egypt have had peace for years. It'd be lovely if they would allow the Palestinians to have a state of their own. to experience such peace.
Here is a tough one, and it's not an answerable one in kind of right now. And that's sort of the problem. Just because there's no good answer to the question doesn't mean that the question isn't urgent or that there is an alternative option available to what Israel is doing. What I've been missing in all of this is what exactly is the alternative option that has been presented by anyone other than Israel continuing on its quest.
I'm lost. Netanyahu literally helped fund the Hamas in the Gaza Strip. He's quoted as saying, if you are against a two-state solution, you should be in favor of funding Hamas. Like, I'm sorry. Do your research, Govan.
To extirpate Hamas so long as Hamas is holding its citizens, firing rockets into the center of Israel and threatening Israeli life.
Okay, my response to that would be that I think it's morally
hippie mama
on Israel, who I've already said many times and believe to this day have not just a moral right to defend themselves, but a duty to their citizens to do so. So let's just park that to one side. My position on that has not changed. It's just how they've gone about it. And, you know, only yesterday we saw Israel forces dressing up both as, you know, in Hamas-style clothes and Palestinian clothes to go into a hospital on the West Bank and take out 3.
By the way, this is a war crime. Like, dressing up as doctors to infiltrate a hospital in order to carry out an assassination is a war crime.
Hamas terrorists. And there are many people, you know, impartial observers who say that what they did there contravenes international law.
It does.
Effectively.
But again, Israel is literally the most cited nation for, you know, breaking international law. So it's not like they're going to really respond to people calling them out for breaking international law. There's literally no consequence for them doing that, hence why they continue to do so.
Committing war crimes because it's a violation of international law to feign protected status, in this case by dressing up as a doctor or patient, in order to invite the confidence of the adversary and then proceed to kill or injure them. And it's also against international law for combatants who've been incapacitated by wounds or sickness and are protected from attack as persons ordered combat. So if they're paralyzed or incapacitated, an attack on that individual is prohibited by international law. So,
hey, Govan, does that mean Native Americans should be allowed to like slaughter, I don't know, white people en masse? They were here before white people were, after all, right? That's like the logical. That's like applying your logic over there to America, right? Like, no, I don't think that any of this justifies a genocide. And other Aboriginal peoples? Okay. I mean, if that's what you believe, at least be consistent about it, you know? Yeah. What garbled point are you making? I mean, are you basically in favor of like any people like ethnically cleansing their territory from anyone who like wasn't there originally that they don't like? Like, are Europeans justified in like killing all black people that are in their country, or like Africans justified in killing all white people who are in their country, or Native Americans justified in killing all you know, people in their country who aren't Native Americans? Like, after all, they were all there first, right? How far back do we go? You know, like, sometimes, you know, different indigenous tribes moved around. Like, how far back do we go to make a claim on the land before you can start murdering whoever's on it? Any farther back than October 7th? Okay, well then why are you talking about like Israel being there, being in existence before Islam existed? Because you're the one going back thousands of years in your initial argument. If that's not the meat of your argument, then don't make it. Make your actual argument. My goodness. You know, like it's not asking a whole lot from you to just make the argument you want to make. Your justification of Palestinian resistance? Well, I think that they've been occupied for almost a century, and while that makes their violent outbursts understandable, obviously I don't try and justify killing civilians en masse. But unlike you, I'm consistent. I condemn the violent slaughter of civilians when Hamas does it. I also condemn it when Israel does that 100 times worse on the people of Gaza. I condemn it when they, do war crimes and ethnically cleanse over 1 million people from their homes and before they bomb them into oblivion. What L am I taking here, bud? What L am I taking? Make your argument. If you're just gonna sit there jacking off and be like, take the L, dog. Yeah, take the L. No, make an argument. Otherwise, you're just gonna get banned. You have to be at least entertaining in your disagreement. It's true. We need to have a Jurassic Park resurrection experiment to bring back the Neanderthals. Then they'll be justified in killing all of us. Bring back the original hominid. I made my argument. Your argument is just take the L. That's not an argument. Your argument is just what? Articulate it again or get banned. Your next comment better be articulating your argument or you are going to be banned. I feel like I'm communicating extraordinarily clearly with you, and you are completely unable to do so. Okay to ban when the song ends? Yeah, give him one more round of the song. There we go, after this one is done. And they responded, and they didn't re-articulate their argument. Congrats. You're a dumb fuck. Bye. You win nothing. Good day. Yes, all of the sweet, sweet money I get from... What exactly? All of the sweet kickbacks I get from Hamas? Question mark? Like what? Who do you think's sending me checks here? Today it's basically been Paladin. I don't know. Wait, Paladin, do you condemn Hamas? Paladin, do you condemn Hamas? Am I on their payroll? Oh, what twisted webs we weave. You know, anytime I like ask someone to like actually engage with the bullshit they spew in chat, it's honestly incredible how often, like, I give you guys the floor. If you want to disagree with me really hard, I'll give you the floor to like articulate your argument and make your point. And then so many of you, and by you guys, I don't mean like you, the cool viewers, I mean the dipshits, will just be like, you're mean, or, you're, snide comment. And then it's like, oh, okay. You actually had nothing behind your posturing. Cool. I condemn hummus, especially weirdly flavored ones. Okay, but what about Baba's sriracha hummus? It's very good. Why are the trolls always so boring? I don't know. It's more like a tiny web of tiny circles of reasoning. I'm secretly George Soros? Damn. All right. We got thoroughly sidetracked there.
I look at that, it seems to be
by the way, I love that people like that person who just got banned will like be like, "Oh yeah, you're against tens of thousands of civilians being killed? You're against millions of people being ethnically cleansed from their land? Duh, take the L, dude." And it's just like, what? How am I the bad guy in this situation? That's crazy. That's honestly insane. Or like, oh, you're against clearly documented war crimes? Take the L, dog. What? Again, how am I the bad guy here? This isn't even like arguable. This is like clearly in violation of international law. Also, hello, lover worm. 69. Hey, Dublin. Sriracha hummus is so good. I agree. I love sriracha in general.
prima facie case of Israel breaking the law. Do you defend that?
Yes, I defend that. Because if Hamas, or in this case Islamic Jihad, is using a hospital as a terror base, which they have historically done, then the violation of...
Okay, except that's not really shown in the video. In the video, they're infiltrating the hospital to go and kill people at the hospital. Members of Hamas can go to the hospital for treatment. That doesn't make it a front for Hamas, right? Just because Hamas members may be getting like surgery or getting like medication or seeing a doctor at a hospital, that doesn't make the hospital a valid target. You know, like just because in World War II, for example, a hospital might have like armed combatants being treated at it, that doesn't make it a viable target for you to bomb in wartime, you know?
Of international law is on them. I mean, by all international law, using a hospital as a terror base, which we have seen in the Gaza Strip, we're currently seeing in the West Bank as well. That's the war crime.
There were 3 people in the hospital that they killed. I would hardly call that a terror base.
I always find it very bizarre that international law is invoked when it comes to a response to a war crime, but not to the original war crime. If you use a hospital as a terror base, then the hospital is no longer only a hospital. It also becomes...
Then you need to provide evidence of it being a terrorist base. If you're just saying that after the fact, that's not a very compelling argument, Mr. Facts Over Feelings.
Becomes a site from which terror is emanating. And so when Israel engages in a targeted military operation, by the way, not killing any civilians in this particular operation, killing people who are clearly terrorists, That is the war crime as opposed to terrorists using...
Also, citation needed on even them being terrorists. We're taking the IDF's word on that they were even members of Hamas.
The hospital as an organizing base? That seems to me peculiar.
Well, it is...
Oh, one of the men who was shot was allegedly in a coma and killed in their bed. Ah, yes, clearly a terror cell. He was in a terrorist coma, you see. He was lucid dreaming for the revolution.
By the letter of the law of international law, yeah, it is. What they did was a war crime. You can't dress up effectively as doctors and patients and take out people who are being treated, which is what appears to have happened.
Damn. Like, I know that Piers Morgan is evil, but the fact that he can say that is wild to me. Like, American conservatives will just go out there and say, like, oh yeah, there were 3 members of Hamas in there, and they were all diddling kids while they were there, and planning their next bombing of Israeli hospitals. Like, American conservatives will just go out and say that with no evidence whatsoever. And I mean, Piers Morgan is at least, like, somewhat tethered to reality. And that makes him a weird anomaly in, like, the media circus of covering, like, conservative politics.
Well, it's unclear whether they were being treated or whether they were simply using the hospital as cover. That's Israel's contention anyway.
Look, I think that the problem is when you talk about this, you talk with great clarity and you have a certainty about how you think this all plays out. I think what you may underestimate, and correct me if you disagree with this, but I don't understand how the kind of devastation we're seeing now in Gaza, the kind of huge death toll on children and women in particular, who have nothing to do with this, obviously, how that is going to not just lead to a whole new radicalization of Palestinians that will replace Hamas. So, yeah, Hamas may well get permanently dismantled. They're clearly being killed in large numbers, and clearly the underground tunnel operations are being dismantled, and Netanyahu's made it clear he'll keep going until the end. So assume that Hamas...
They are, by the way, the IDF has now confirmed, by the way, that they are filling the Hamas tunnels with seawater, which will permanently blight the land and make it inhospitable to plant life. So that's cool. It will also contaminate a lot of the groundwater and the drinkable water in the Gaza Strip. So that's cool.
Are removed effectively. Why do you think, Ben, that doing this in the way that Israel's doing it is not just going to lead to a whole new breeding ground of radicalized Palestinians who've lost family members, kids, wives, and so on, and who will want to exact revenge? How does it make Israel safer?
This is actually a really valid question. Like, if you're killing children and, like, women and like, the elderly, how does that not wind up radicalizing a new generation who might not, you know, grow up to be members of Hamas, but they're certainly going to be radicalized politically?
It makes Israel safer by not allowing the governing party in that region to actually be fomenting the violence, providing weaponry, providing education to small children that reinforces all of the Jew hatred and anti-Semitism that has been reinforced in these areas. That's sort of like asking, in the aftermath of World War II, there had been so much unbelievable devastation in Germany, in Italy, throughout continental Europe. How is it the Western powers could expect that there wouldn't be an entire generation of people who would rise up in revenge for all of that? And the answer is that a rebuilding process is going to have to take place. This is currently why, from my understanding, Israel is negotiating with the United States, trying to bring in the UAE, trying to bring Saudi Arabia to essentially put in place some sort of Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of the Gaza Strip. That's going to take outside money. That's going to take a long-term effort. This is not something that can happen overnight. I think one of the big problems in foreign policy is very often that people are looking for the immediate solution at the expense of the realistic solution. And the realistic solution in an area of the world where conflicts go thousands of years deep is not something that's going to happen next week. It's going to have to actually require heavy rebuilding, heavy monetary investment, but monetary investment not via groups that are linked to terror and sponsor terror and foment terror, but linked to groups that actually are going to promote quiescence, that are actually going to promote moderation, that are actually going to promote...
See, the problem is that the groups that did those things had their leadership assassinated by the IDF. So they are severely diminished in relevance as a result.
A future in this region of the world where both parties can coexist.
When I interviewed you, I later interviewed Andrew Tate several weeks later in Romania, and he said this.
Yeah, like, I feel like often what is underaddressed in this conversation is that, like, Hamas certainly has genocidal rhetoric towards, like, Israel, right? But, like, just because a group has genocidal and odious rhetoric doesn't mean it has the ability to carry out that rhetoric, you know? A good example would be, like, neo-Nazis in America. Neo-Nazis in America have genocidal rhetoric towards Jewish people in America, but we don't just, like, systematically wipe out any enclave where they have, like, gathered themselves, you know? Like, we didn't like kill every man, woman, and child in the American South after the Civil War. You know, like, I feel like there needs to be a reckoning of the relative power here, and one side in this conflict is able to displace 2.4 million people, ethnically cleanse them from their land, destroy their homes, salt their earth, and basically be talking about them as if they are cattle to be slaughtered in order to reduce their numbers so that other nations will take them. Like, this is an amount of power that is able to carry out an ethnic cleansing and a genocide, whereas Hamas does not have that ability. There's no scenario where Hamas has that ability. There's no hypothetical where Hamas would be able to do that. So, and like that analysis of the material reality is completely absent from a lot of these conversations.
So Ben is a warmonger. Ben has been wrong on basically every single issue you can name. He was with you with the vaccine and every other war. Ben is always calling for other people's young men to go and die in some war. He seems to love it. I don't know if he has short man syndrome, but he's always behind his desk calling about how important it is that big, strong men like me go and die.
I mean, apart from the puerile name calling and stuff, his point there that you're a warmonger, your response?
I mean, if the question is whether Israel has a right to defend itself, the answer is of course. And if the idea is that somehow I'm asking Israeli soldiers to die, Israel is quite unified in its goal. So I'm not sure exactly who he's talking about. The sort of chicken hawk argument simply would not even apply under these circumstances. As far as war, I think that every single conflict the United States should get in, I'm an American citizen, I'm an American. Every conflict the United States gets in we ought to be asking, what is the actual American goal? What is the actual American interest, which is for one reason why I didn't support the war in Libya during the Obama administration. It's why I was very skeptical of American interventionism, whether covert or overt, during the Arab Spring. I thought that was going to end quite poorly. So, you know, again, I think that that's inaccurate, but it's Andrew Tate, so I'm not supremely surprised by that. I'm not sure, you know, exactly what his level of knowledge is on foreign policy issues other than sort of the braggadocio.
And his thing that he's a big guy, tough guy, and you've got small man syndrome.
Awkward.
I'm not sure what to make of that. I mean, I guess that, you know, if your version of manhood is walking around shirtless, smoking cigars in Romania, then I guess you can have that. That's okay. I mean, sure. My version of masculinity is a little bit different. It's, you know, being married with 4 children and raising a family in a solid community, but I guess to each his own.
Do you think Andrew Tate is a good influence on young men in particular around the world? He seems to have a very big one. Is it a good one?
I think that Andrew Tate says, as I've said on your show before, I think that his diagnosis of some problems is correct. I think that his actual prognosis and recommendations for solving those problems is more frequently than not deeply incorrect.
You tweeted something yesterday, I think, which got a lot of attention online. I just want to quickly ask you about this. It involves a woman called Rachel Corrie. So I'm sorry, it was posted yesterday. You originally tweeted it in 2011, and you said, I would love to write a book called Great Idiots of History. Rachel Corrie would make the list. and it got retweeted yesterday and started fizzing around the internet. When you look back at that tweet, do you have any regrets about the way you phrased that?
Not particularly. I mean, I think that Rachel Corrie, her death was tragic, but that doesn't mean that she wasn't engaged in deep foolishness. That there are many members of the West who, unfortunately,
For those of you who don't know about this story, she was an activist who went to Gaza or the West Bank, one of the two, I forget which. And she was an American, and she was crushed to death by an Israeli bulldozer while trying to stop it from destroying a Palestinian home. Yeah. The IDF just rolled a bulldozer right over her. Yeah. Just as a quick thing here, American activist and diarist, member of a pro-Palestinian International Solidarity Movement, ISM, and was active through the Palestinian territories. In 2003, Corrie was in Rafah, a city in the Gaza Strip where the Israeli military was demolishing Palestinian houses at the height of the Second Intifada. My God. In an attempt to stop the demolitions as they were being carried out, she stood in front of an armored bulldozer and was subsequently crushed to death by it under contested circumstances. Yeah, the exact nature of Corrie's death and the culpability of the bulldozer operator are disputed, of course. Fellow ISM activists claim that Corrie was deliberately driven over, while the IDF claimed that it was an accident because the bulldozer operator did not see her. Following the incident, the Israeli military opened an investigation into the driver and concluded that Corrie's death was the result of an accident due to the fact the driver was unable to see Corrie standing in front of the bulldozer given the cab's limited visibility. Uh-huh. Let's see. An ISM activist using the name Richard, saying he had witnessed Corrie's death, told Haaretz, "There's no way he didn't see her, since she was practically looking into the cabin. At one stage, he turned around toward the building. The bulldozer kept moving, and she slipped and fell off the plow. But the bulldozer kept moving, the shovel above her. I guess it was about 10 or 15 meters that it dragged her, and for some reason didn't stop. We shouted like crazy to the operator through loudspeakers that he should stop, but he just kept going and didn't lift the shovel. Then it stopped and backed up. We ran to Rachel. She was still breathing." So, in case any of you thought, like, the IDF may have been telling the truth, literally there were people there watching it happen, shouting at the bulldozer operator that he was running over a human being, and he didn't give a single goddamn fuck. Eyewitness and ISM member Tom Dale, commenting on the 2012 verdict, said, "Whatever one thinks about the visibility from a D9 bulldozer, it is inconceivable that at some point the driver did not see her, given the distance from which he approached, while she stood, unmoving, in front of it. As I told the court just before she was crushed, Rachel briefly stood on top of the rolling mound of earth, which had gathered in front of the bulldozer. Her head was above the level of the blade, just a few meters from the driver." This is the woman that Ben Shapiro is talking about in that tweet. Calling her what? Would love to write a book called Great Idiots of History. Rachel Corrie would make the list because she had the audacity to try and stop the IDF from bulldozing Palestinian homes.
And started fizzing around the internet. When you look back at that tweet, do you have any regrets about the way you phrased that?
not particularly. I mean, I think that Rachel Corrie, her death was tragic, but that doesn't mean that she wasn't engaged in deep foolishness. There are many members of the West who unfortunately do act as useful idiots for terror groups. Rachel Corrie was associated with the International Solidarity Movement. She was in the Gaza Strip in Rafah, Gaza in 2003 when Israel was conducting military operations in the middle of the Second Intifada. She was blocking a site that Israel had suggested was actually being used to hide terror tunnels, which, as we now know, is a frequent tactic being used in the Gaza Strip.
Yeah. Oh, we just had to bulldoze the homes. It's the only way to find tunnels. It's the only way to find. We all know the only way to find tunnels, guys, is to bulldoze the homes. Allegedly over them. Oh, Ben, if they were wrong, if the IDF was wrong about there being terror tunnels underneath those homes, would the IDF have compensated those families for their homes? No. That's not how this works.
Strip, and she planted herself in the blind spot of a bulldozer. Her death was a tragic accident. It's tragic. That doesn't mean that she wasn't acting as a useful.
No, that's bullshit. Her family sued for $1, and the Israeli court summarily dismissed it.
Idiot on behalf of far more nefarious forces.
But she is a young woman who got bulldozed to death. And this was, 13 years ago, and you're a different character now. I just wonder whether, looking back on it, you would have phrased that differently.
I mean, perhaps I might phrase it differently now. Do I feel that she was a fool and that she was acting on behalf of nefarious interests? Absolutely.
Let's take a short break, Ben. I want to come back and talk to you about your fascinating trip to Auschwitz with Elon Musk and about Musk himself. What you think of him? Is he a force for good or not? We'll come back after the break. Welcome back.
It was actually, like, well done on Piers's part to take a break right after that. Just let that moment hang. Oh, God. Also, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please, please, please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you, and without your support, I can't actually make this show function. So, thank you all for being here and supporting me through the good times and the bad times, and would appreciate any donos you can throw my way. How y'all doing, folks? I know this is heavy stuff. Hey, Gamer G, how you doing? Yeah, do we got Oilers? Oilers? Do we have any BWA Oilers? Have they caught Hamas yet? Maybe. Maybe. I'm in a streamer drought. Is that when all the good streamers stop and you will have to make do with the shit streamers that are left? God. Hamas is in Qatar, so no. Yeah, true. Beep boop. Ha! Fool! Jack is an underrated gem streamer. I honestly get so excited when you stream. You are S tier. Thank you, Build-A-Dog. I get worried because I never make it on those tier lists that other creators make of, like, their politics streamers. I worry I'm not doing a good enough job. Aw, Trains Girl Jade, thank you. I appreciate that. Now that you've all heaped me with praise, time to heap me with those sweet, sweet streamer riches. Aw, don't. Thank you. Agree your totes S tier? Thank you. I need to get another La Croix. I'll be right back. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. And if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I'm sipping some tangerine, baby. The superior orange beverage. Maybe if you guys are real nice to me, I'll sing the whole song. Oh, sorry, hippie mama. No, my apartment is very secure. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright. No, I'm good. I'll stop. My anxiety is crazy. Same girl, same. Maybe look, if we get 10 more subs or their equivalent, I'll sing a song on stream. It's been a while since I did one. I have calm. Man, I wish I had aggressive calm. I'm poor, so I'm throwing pseudo dollars in support instead of real money. I still appreciate the pseudo dollars in support, and honestly, the engagement in chat. Did I miss the singing hour? You did not. I just told chat if they don't know 10 subs, I'll or the equivalent, I'll sing. God damn. Tangerine is such an S tier flavor of LaCroix. Ba, 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 ba. I can engage people in chat. It's true. You can also engage them in duels or marriage. Those are the only 3 options. How you doing, winners and losers? I just made fresh OJ and having a lovely fuzzy navel. It took me a split second to realize you were talking about a drink and not just like really enjoying the lint in your belly button. Duels like Yu-Gi-Oh? Duels exactly like Yu-Gi-Oh! You can be in defense mode, attack mode, or my personal mode, trap mode. That was a joke that only I as a trans person can make. John Brongus, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. What up? Thank you. Peepo belly button. Man, you know, I feel like we need to make like a Peepo emote that has like a little like pickaxe and miner hat. For like when people are working, you know, little working man Peepo. Okay, now you're SS tier. Okay, that sounds too dangerous and spicy. Can I not be SS tier? Can I just be normal S tier? I feel like SS tier is something that exists solely on like a Nick Fuentes stream. Puffin Joe, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub as well. We're now only 8 subs away from me singing a song. Double S tier, there we go. I wish I was young and knew Yu-Gi-Oh references. Honestly, all the Yu-Gi-Oh references you need to know are from the anime, which You can watch a superior version of called Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged for free on YouTube. You're welcome. I bought a belly button lint remover as a 13-year-old or something. It was a joke, but I used it. SX2 tier. We're getting dangerously close to SSX tricky tier. Don't recommend the abridged series? Why not? I like the Dragon Ball Z abridged better than I like actual Dragon Ball Z. 'Cause they suck? Nah. The original Yu-Gi-Oh! Show also kind of sucks, but the abridged is at least kind of funny. Ah, there we go. Don't Kurai Wolf knows. SSX was an amazing game. That is a wholly disrespectful opinion. I'm a wholly disrespectful streamer. Hellsing Abridged is also awesome. Metal Kitty Mom?
If you don't support Jack, you are transphobic.
That's true. It's a new year. If you don't donate subs or donos to Riverboat Jack, you are transphobic. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. We shifted over into the new year, and now we're here. Your transphobia cards are all revoked. Also, thank you for the $10 dono. That's very, very kind of you. And now we're just 6 subs away from singing a song. I need the Cliff's Note version of this stuff. Yeah, basically, I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is kind of a bullshit game, right? I loved collecting the cards, but like sometimes you're just playing the game, and then like someone will play a card, and you're just like, oh, I'm fucked now. There's nothing I could do about that. Game over. Remember how in the manga for Yu-Gi-Oh, it actually establishes that Yu-Gi-Oh is the king of all games, not just the specific Yu-Gi-Oh card game. And he uses that power to like win at dice, and then he like sets fire to a bunch of like gangster kids. Do you guys remember that? Like that's like the opening chapters of the original Yu-Gi-Oh. And then they never did anything with that again. He just straight up murders people, and then like it never comes up again. Yeah, season 0 was dark as fuck, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Time to party on this riverboat.
Yo, Loverworm, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. And that means we're only 5 subs away from our song. What, yeah, just real quick. Can we get Yu-Gi-Oh! Chapter 0? What is it here? Wait, I didn't know they actually animated this part of the show. This is insane. Oh, my camera froze. That's also insane. Camera! First bring alcohol and tobacco.
俺はこの指を選ぶ。
親指一本で何ができるってんだ。まあこの俺が一瞬であの世に
like, what the hell is this? Yeah, he just winds up doing murders. Then it's never brought up again. Why is my camera not working? I guess we'll just take it offline. Just delete the input. And re-add it. I guess. Not even close to wanting to work. I'm going to unplug it and plug it back in. Device is currently in use by another process. Oh, weird. All right. Weird. It started going to like an... Ugh. Let's just, there we go. Fixed. Beepity beepity beepity. And I have to launch the camera hub software again because that is what has all of the camera settings on it. I feel like my camera settings are now off. It's a bit bright. Yeah. Why is what the white? Weird. How's that? Your blacks are really dark too. I mean, the camera just reset. I probably just need to restart the computer. It'll be fine. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. I feel like the camera got really screwed up here somehow. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. The issue was it defaulted to having the full dynamic range on, which I think makes it look a bit more cartoony. Sound and video aren't synced? That might be on your end. Because on my end it looks like it's sunk. It's synced for you? Okay, we have other people confirming it's sunk. It's sunk for them. Postulens, I'm sorry. Mouth sync good. My mouth ain't no sync. Also, 5 more subs and I'll sing you guys a lovely little song. Cheese Tortellini, hello. I haven't seen you in chat. Howdy. Hey, Somniostatic, how you doing? Look and sound marvelous. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We also need to add the... Oh, the camera's back. Nice. Have we eliminated the white names? I think so. For now. Though many white names tend to lurk as well. I know that there are a lot of people who use the site chat but don't actually, like, chat in it. Restarted Twitch. Looks good now? Okay. Whew. Alright. What hath I walketh intoeth? You've walked into me extorting chat for loose change. I'll sing you a song. I'll sing you a song. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm operating on very little sleep today. Side chick inside chat. True. Matt Binder, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. Talk about the news and politics. We're going over Piers Morgan talking with Ben Shapiro. And it's been about as monstrous as you would expect from those two names being together. And also, if we get 5 more gifted subs or donos in the equivalents, I will sing chat a song. I've made that promise. But how was your stream? I hope it went really well. And how y'all doing? What'd you talk about in Binder world? Charlie, how are you doing? We missed you. I'm broke till tomorrow. Understandable. Yeah, people do be lurking in chat like VCC TV, though. I know you've been here the entire time. You quiet, magnificent son of a bitch. Vince McMahon craziness. Oh yeah, what's going on with Vince McMahon? I don't pay attention to wrestling at all, but I do know there's been something weird going on with him, right? Oh, he did sexual assault stuff. Oh, that's not fun. Okay. Metal Kitty Mom, thank you for the $15 dono. You wonderful, wonderful little kitty mom, you. Thank you so much. Now we just need 2 subs or the dono equivalent. He has a sexual assault thing. Sex pest. Yeah, I guess that's the least shocking revelation I've heard in a while. You don't want to know? Yeah, I probably don't want to know the details, but like, I'm not shocked. Damn, bad enough that he's gonna step down? All right. There are text messages? Ew. I mean, I guess I'm glad that there are text messages, like, that can be directly linked to him, you know? Got something, got something in writing. Links him to the crime. It would take way too long. Okay, gotcha. Oh boy. Well, can we still use that meme or no? I mean, it's up to you guys. I'm not a meme cop. Yeah, good, there's proof. I didn't have any, so I didn't try to do shit. Man, hippie mama of two, I've heard that story so many times from so many of my friends, and like it's and people who are really important to me. It breaks my heart, you know? Like so often, like if you go and report that to the cops, like they'll just look at you and treat you like garbage, and they're not going to believe you, and they're not going to do anything. And even if they do believe you, they're still not going to do anything. You know, like it's a nightmare. It's quite a long convo. Oh, genuine content warning stuff. Okay, well then I'm not going to look into that because I don't think I can handle that today. Look at that. Look at that. A content warning was provided. I heard it and decided it wasn't for me today. That's how content warnings work. How wonderful. Okay, just real quick. We need 2 more subs, or the dono equivalents, and we'll I'll sing you guys a song before we get back to this Ben Shapiro. But before we do that, I just wanted to share this with you. Basically, there are people in Australia who are apparently really upset that some schools that were previously boys only or girls only are going to be co-ed in the future, in the near future. And they're so upset that they're turning into this guy.
Well, I'm an old boy of the school, and my son is also an old boy. And the intention was always that I'd have a grandson, but I won't bring him to a co-ed school.
It's all part of this sort of woke, toxic masculinity type palaver.
I'm sorry, but I'm not a co-ed person.
Can we just take a moment? Boys will become second-class citizens in their own school. Co-ed equals less diversity. By letting more different people in the school, we'll make it less diverse. Like, this is already so silly. I was a good old boy in my all boys school, and my son was a good old boy in his all boys school, and I always thought my grandson would only go to an all boys school. Like, what the hell is that? Peanut Raid, welcome, you little nuts. Howdy. Boiled Peanuts, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Boy Meets Minnie. Also, everyone, you should all go give Matt Binder a follow on Twitch. Give Boy Meets Minnie a follow on Twitch. Give Boiled Peanuts TV a follow on Twitch. You know, follow all the people. They're good homies. They're wonderful individuals. They make great content. You're missing out if you aren't going to follow them, all right? You're missing out if you don't do that. So, go check them out, okay? Give Riverboat Jack a follow on Twitch while you're at it.
Sorry, but I'm not a co-ed person.
It's a boys' school. It's always been a boys' school, and there's no justification, no explanation, no evidence to support this move.
There's no justification other than girls want to go to school.
I know my grandson was rejected from going to year 3 in a couple of years' time because they had thoughts of young ladies.
We're protesting against the schools.
What? What does that mean? Sorry, what?
My grandson was rejected from going to year 3 in a couple of years' time because they had thoughts of young ladies.
He was rejected from grade 3 in a couple of years' time, meaning he's not in grade 3 yet? Because they had thoughts of ladies? Because the school had thoughts of ladies? Or he was rejected from going to 3rd grade because he had thoughts of ladies? Like, who's having the thoughts of ladies here? The school is England, now we're in Australia.
We are protesting against the school's decision to not notify the parents and gag the parents and the students from having a free voice to be heard about the school and the headmaster's decision to make the school co-ed.
It wasn't as strong as I would have liked to have seen today.
Ironically, the counter-protest, or the protest against the school, is co-ed, as we can see from that lady speaking.
Well, I just think it's ridiculous that after 160 years of thinking it...
I'm sorry, was that guy wearing body armor?
Well, I just think it's ridiculous that after...
What? Why? What the hell are you doing? What do you think's gonna happen? Also, what if something happened? Like, you have this whole body armor thing going on up here. What happens if they shoot you in the legs, bruh? What? Or the head? What? It's a biker jacket? It literally looks like a flak jacket to me.
160 years of thinking it's a good idea to have a boys' only school for the development of boys through, very developmental part of their lives without being influenced by considerations of what, they should look like or how they should act in front of girls.
Would it not be good for their development to be able to develop healthy relationships that are platonic with women? Like, I feel like if you're just segregating, like, girls and boys, you're just teaching them that they can't coexist together. Like, the entire purpose of, like, having them together in a school is to be like, you treat them like fellow human beings, not as, like, strange creatures you've never seen before.
Why is that wrong after 160 years?
We have another meeting tonight that we're going to try and look at more at the legal side.
God, what a bunch of silly billies. Followed everyone, and I'm accepting follows as well. I hope to launch my channel at the start of the year, but not quite there. Yo! Well, follow Resonate as well. Let's go! Also, again, 2 subs, or their dono equivalents, and I'll sing you guys a song. I'll give you guys a song and dance, minus the dance. But they are strange creatures he's never seen before. It's true, all of these people have never seen a woman before. What song? I don't know, maybe I'll sing Can't Take My Eyes Off of You. You guys seem to like that one. Maybe, don't make my heart melt. I can't confirm or deny. I can't control the temperature at which your heart melts. I'm not a god or a goddess. I'm a mere mortal woman. Private school needs to be more gay, clearly. Yeah, that's kind of my other thought process there. They're like, a lot of them are like, we need to facilitate the development of homosexual men. And the only way to do that is with non-co-ed school. Coming up on 13 years without a drink? Congratulations, Resonate. Sing Lonely Island, I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. Gotta give me my boats and hoes. Women make men gay. I mean, if you believe the stuff you see on like red pill masculinity, like Twitter and social media, you'll like unironically they try and make those arguments all the time. Like they'll post a picture of like a moderately like muscular woman and be like, if you like this, that means you're gay. And it's just insane. It's just insane shit. I'm on day 320. Yo, VCC TV, congratulations. Everybody look at me cause I'm sailing on a boat. I should probably be quiet. I got new neighbors recently. I hope I'm not disturbing them. Joe Cat deserved better. Joe Cat did deserve better. I'm on day 31. Build a dog. Congratulations. But, you know, chat, the spirit of Joe Cat lives on, okay? Because you know what? I like girls too. I like big girls, pretty kitty girls, really witty girls, singing ditty girls. I like leggy girls with the nice thighs. I like a good chest, no matter what size. I like the belly folds. I like the six packs, really tall queens and the short stacks. From the mid girls to the wild girls. You've got style girls, make 'em riled girls. You get that one for free. Hey, young black economist, how you doing? What game you playing? Joe Cat's girlfriend made a comic response that was like, wow, Twitter hates you. Sounds like you need to get laid. Honestly, the lad deserves to get laid a lot after all the shit he went through. I just really like girls. People who say that about women with muscles should say the same thing about girls that fix/work on cars like me, but they usually don't. No, it's so cool when like women work on cars and shit. I love it. I love it. I love when anyone, you know, man, woman, non-binary, like has like a niche interest that they're just really dedicated to. I think it's cool. Like whether it's like woodworking or like smithing or like fixing cars or like drawing like weird sex scenes for niche erotica. You know, I think it's all great. I think it's great when people are into their thing, you know? God damn, I want a mechanic girl. I want to be the mechanic girl, but I'm really bad at fixing things. So it doesn't work out for me that well. I'm a car fixing girl. I wish I was a car fixing girl. I'm a car breaking girl. Some men get so easily butthurt about women coming into their territory. I believe it. I believe it. Autistic rantings can be attractive. That's why like 90% of you are here. It's because of my autistic rants. I love that Jack's examples of hobbies are cars, woodworking, and smut. The three categories. What other categories are there? I tried to start a woodworking business, turning found furniture into poop stools. What is it? What is a poop stool? Is it a stool you poop on? Is that what we had before toilets? I feel like I'm stupid for asking. An evacuation aid? Gotcha. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, a squatty potty. All right. Okay. Cool. A skibbity stool. Oh man, did any of you see the video that was going around social media of like a bunch of kids being entertained by like people dressed up as skibbity toilet characters? That was really surreal to me. You're modding 2 streams right now. God damn, Boy Meets Mini. Good night, Robber Adset. I've been enjoying just talking with you guys. Good night, lover worm. I've been enjoying seeing you. Thank you. My woodworking never reached the attracting women stage, just destroyed my hands. I'm sorry. Anyway, 2 more subs, and I'll sing a song. But until then, we will continue with our Ben Shapipo, Piers Morgan, gauntlet. Gauntlet of horror. Haven't seen any of that. I fear it getting trapped in my brain. Got a good head on you? Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. I do my best. I know I'm not always going to bat 100, but you know, I do my best. Are we finally done with Ben? We're so not done with Ben yet. I've just been sitting here bullshitting with chat. But if we get 2 more subs, you'll buy yourself a reprieve while I sing a song. But until then, we must continue. We must soldier on with a stiff upper lip, as the British might say.
Back to People of Ascension with Ben Shapiro, who last week visited Auschwitz with Elon Musk. Ben, for you, that must have been a profoundly moving trip.
It was definitely a difficult trip, for sure. I'd never been to Auschwitz before, just even on my own. And so...
Boy Meets
People
Mini.
hug. Love, it's been too long.
I hope... I appreciate the sub. And you know what? I hope you enjoy all the amazing emotes you get in chat for subscribing. But also, yeah, we miss you, Boy Meets Mini. Why does Ben have such an unhappy scowl on his face these days? Well, he did just get done being asked by Pierce whether or not he regrets talking about an activist who was killed trying to prevent people's homes from being demolished. If he regrets calling her an idiot. And he said no and was really unhappy that he even had to answer the question. So I guess he's a little grumpy because he was asked an inconvenient question.
So that in and of itself was deeply disturbing. Being in Krakow, which was a city with some 70,000 Jews, which basically has no Jewish presence anymore, because of the Holocaust is obviously a shocking experience. And obviously, going at a time when Jews around the world are under disproportionate attack makes it even more shocking, and a reminder that terrible ideology can have truly catastrophic consequences.
As a Jewish man, have you grown up always living with slight fear, with your knowledge of history, that something like that could happen again? And when you saw what happened on October the 7th, was that the jolt that you'd always feared?
You know, I think that as a Jew, obviously, you spend an awful lot of time learning about Jewish history. And for those who know Jewish history, the Holocaust was really the culmination of a wide series of mass murders of Jews over the course of thousands of years. So the idea that Jews are under threat in an enormous number of countries over the course of history is obviously true and something that you understand from the time that you're very young. You know, I'm uniquely blessed. As an American citizen, America has been the friendliest country to Jews in world history, bar none. It's an unbelievable, free, incredible country. Now, learning about the history of the Holocaust is a reminder that, again, when bad ideologies take over, even in places where Jews think that they are safe. I mean, Jews predominantly thought that they were safe in Germany. It was one of the most sophisticated countries in all of Europe. Jews fought disproportionately, actually, on the side of the Germans during World War I. When you see that and when you realize that the sort of conspiracism about Jews that led to the Holocaust is still very much alive and well in a lot of different quarters, that is shocking. And October 7th...
Yeah, I wonder which political ideology lends itself quite frequently to conspiracism, Ben. Because seems to be a lot of the guys you hang out with seem to be the ones pushing conspiracy theories that would align neatly with anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, just so coincidentally. I wonder if that ever gives him pause.
Reaction by many people in the world to October 7th, which was not to come down on the head of Hamas, but to instead suggest solidarity with Hamas in many cases, to suggest in many places on earth that actually the Jews were in disproportionate control of events in sort of the same conspiratorial language that we've seen historically. The way that crosses paths with more mainstream ideologies, all of that is certainly deeply disturbing.
Is there more anti-Semitism that's come to public awareness in the last 4 months or so than you anticipated or realized?
Yes, for sure. I mean, if you had told me that there'd be hundreds of thousands of people marching in solidarity with Hamas in various capitals, or that college campuses would become hotbeds of anti-Semitism, I would have found that shocking, even as cynical as I am about politics. So yes, I mean, the rise of anti-Semitism globally in the wake of October 7th is sort of a shocking thing, especially because, again, typically the response of the world in the wake of large-scale genocidal massacres. And when I say genocidal, I don't mean that an actual genocide was perpetrated. Hamas doesn't have the power to perpetrate an actual genocide. They would if they could. But in the wake of such massacres, typically, people tend to rally to the side of the people who have been massacred. In this particular case, again, there was an enormous backlash against Israel that began literally the day after. I mean, there were protesters taking to the streets against Israel before Israel even launched any retaliatory strikes in the Gaza Strip. And that I found absolutely disturbing. Also, again, I think that there is a certain conspiratorial mindset that has become quite common in the West. I see it more on the left than on the right, but there's certainly elements of it on the right that basically suggest that all of the structures of modern Western life are rigged, that the game is rigged. It's rigged based on hierarchical privilege. That the people...
Yeah, literally, like, Candace Owens has been, like, tweeting out, like, blood libel shit. Like... Like she responded to, like, Ben Shapiro and said something along the lines of, like, yeah, you can't serve both God and money. Christ is king. Like, holy shit, dude. That's your coworker, dog.
At the top of that hierarchy, privilege status.
Actually, that's not even his coworker. That's his employee.
Are disproportionately white males, and that Jews are a subset of white males, and that you can actually tell who's the exploiter, who's the victimizer by amount of success in Western society. That is a deeply pernicious idea that tends to cross paths pretty easily with anti-Semitism.
You went with Elon Musk, as I mentioned, and he's had a pretty rough ride in the last couple of months after he...
It's true. It's true. Definitely the third. Thank you for the $10 dono. That's very kind of you. And that gets you a song. But also, real quick, I'm going to finish up this thought before I forget it. Elon Musk just I was gonna talk about this the other day, but I didn't. Elon Musk was supposed to be getting a payout package of like $56 billion from Tesla, and a court just ruled against him to annul that payment, basically under the pretense that when Tesla awarded that to him, it was ostensibly supposed to be like the board of Tesla and like its investors awarding Elon Musk that money for doing such a good job. But then in this court case, they annulled it because they found that Elon Musk actually functionally controlled the board of the company, which meant that he was giving himself a $56 billion compensation package. So he just, in like one fell swoop, lost $56 billion, which is great. Which is great. 10 out of 10, no notes. 10 out of 10, no notes. Okay, I hear you guys want a song. All right, I'm gonna do Can't Take My Eyes Off of You. All right. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak, but if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm my lonely night. I love you, baby, trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, now that I've found you, stay and let me love you. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I hope you guys liked that. It made me feel really self-conscious. I love singing it, but I'm usually in the car by myself. Oh god. Made me cry. Aw. For real life? It was very, very nice. Thank you. I just felt really happy in the middle and I started laughing. I enjoy singing a lot, but it's something I usually do by myself. Alex Asperas, thank you. Well, like Hippie Mama of Two, like it's helped that like I sing in front of my partner. I've gotten more comfortable singing in front of her, and like and I'm comfy singing with you guys, you know? I was either gonna sing that one or "O Valencia" by the Decemberists, because I like I like the Decemberists a lot, actually. Decemberist is a December is a good song. True. Por qué no los dos? Do you know any other Decemberist songs? I know a couple. Also, I'm a little congested. Sorry about that. I know Eli the Barrow Boy. It's kind of a sad song. I don't want to be the asshole, but I think you got a lot more in you. I don't. Are you? Is that an asshole thing to say? It's true. I am inappropriate attire. I might pay for like Crane Wife. Trying to remember, if I have Crane Wife in my brain? I think I'd need to practice that one off stream. I don't remember it super well, which is weird because it's like one of the more popular songs by the Decemberists. I have cannabis pizza? What? Tell me more. I sing along to some rock tunes at my work, loud ass metal shop where no one can hear me. That's actually a really good plan, Charlie. Pizza time. Opinions on Third Eye Blind? I did not listen to them growing up, so I have no opinions on them. I love the Crane Wife. Who doesn't love Crane Wife? Your answer just made me get uncertified. I'm sorry, Amish inventor. Also, how are you a forklift certified member of society when you're inventing Amish things? Make it make sense. You made the pizza? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, Goopy 900. No one can see your link. You silly little goose. A wooden forklift. Yeah, sorry, Goopy. We disabled links because we had too many people coming through dropping links that would go to just like repeating audio clips of the N-word or gore porn or something, weird shit. from people who'd never been in chat before. Just as an FYI. Indeed. Anyway, welcome.
Tweeted, you have said the actual truth, responding to a post that falsely claimed that Jewish people push hatred for white people. He since apologized for that, and he went on this trip with you. But some people think he is anti-Semitic. I don't think he is, but what was your experience of traveling with him to Auschwitz?
Elon Musk is definitely not an anti-Semite. And for people who are sort of jumping on various Twitter comments to suggest that he is, I would suggest that you look at the full corpus of everything that he's had to say on anti-Semitism, on Israel.
Doing my best with what I got, Shakespeare.
It's very hard to come to that conclusion. You know, one of the things that I've said about Elon is that Elon is he can be Trumpy in the way that he uses Twitter. That he sort of puts.
I love that Ben Shapiro has basically gone on record saying that he thinks that Donald Trump is an R slur. And like when he says somebody's Trumpy, it's basically his shorthand way of saying that there are slurs.
Puts out whatever he's thinking in the moment, unedited. That's one of the benefits. It's one of the drawbacks. Very often, he will then come back and sort of fill out exactly what it is that he meant to say, which is what happened in the case of that particular tweet. That also means that he's considering things in real time, which is you've interviewed him, I believe, and interviewing him is really interesting that way. You'll actually ask him a question, and unlike most people who are asked interview questions, he actually sits and considers the actual question. He'll take it in. You'll see him actually shift his opinion in real time as he processes the question. It makes him a fascinating person.
Well, it's funny. I wasn't going to say this, but you've triggered me by saying you've interviewed him. I haven't interviewed him. I spent a year courting him to do an interview. He finally agreed to do an interview, actually, at the start of this year. I was 2 days away from getting...
Yeah, this is very strange, because if you actually pay attention to anything that Elon Musk says, basically, like, every day, he's like Nazi posting. He, like, just manually verified, like, personally manually verified an account that like started posting like quotes and images of Hitler. Like what? Like he's very clearly anti-Semitic.
Getting on a plane from Los Angeles to Austin in Texas to do it with him, and at the last minute, he suddenly sent me, because he was doing all the organization himself on direct message on X. He suddenly sent me a clip that someone had posted that day from an interview I did with Zuby at the start of December, in which I criticized...
God, that interview made me so rationally angry. The interview he did with Zuby on mental health.
Criticized Elon for bringing Alex Jones back to X, something he'd always said
he
wouldn't
Gamer
do.
G.
And he said that he'd lost all respect for me because I had said that, and the interview was summarily cancelled. So I never got the chance to interview him, which is a great regret because I think he's probably the most fascinating guy in the world right now. It also showed, you mentioned his Trumpian tweeting, a slightly thin skin. I was pretty surprised that someone who is such a defender of free speech was so thin-skinned about a criticism which actually a lot of people felt. He was right the first time about Jones, that Jones crossed a line that probably did warrant not being allowed back on the platform. So I'm afraid I haven't interviewed him, and that's why. So I've given you a little scoop there. But on that point that he was upset about, do you think Alex Jones should have been allowed back?
So my general...
Man, Ben, you can see like these questions are like making Ben have to step carefully, because like he doesn't want to lose the core demographic of insane right-wing conspiracists by knocking Alex Jones.
Belief is that Alex Jones should not have been banned from Twitter in the first place because he didn't actually violate on Twitter their terms of service. My belief is that you should actually have a consistently applied set of terms of service that really is less Cotty under the tree deciding who should be banned and who should not, because that gets into some really dicey areas. And living in fear on Twitter that you're going to cross an unspecified line at a certain point and find yourself on the outs I don't think is particularly good. I've actually never called for anyone to be banned on Twitter, including many people who despise me, hate my guts, and probably would like to see me dead. So I actually don't even block people on Twitter, just on principle. I refuse to block people on Twitter. It's also why, for example, I don't delete old tweets that I disagree with, that I wrote in 2008, 2009, 2000. I leave those up for the public record. So I tend to be in favor of radical transparency on X.
Even if someone...
How noble. How noble. It's not like if you did delete them, no one could go back and like use the Wayback Machine to find them, bud.
Has had a $1 billion defamation case award against them for deliberately lying about families of kids who've been blown to pieces in their classrooms, and hasn't paid a penny or dime of that.
Oh, you are certainly not, Piers. You are certainly not going to get me to act in favor. Alex Jones and I do not get along. I think this is pretty clear publicly. I think that Alex Jones lies a lot. I think Alex Jones promotes conspiracy theories. I think that Alex Jones is a wild personality, and apparently in his divorce case, he claimed that many of the things that he says are for show. That's what Alex does. That's his shtick. But when it comes to would I ban him from a platform if I owned a platform, as opposed to, for example, owning a publication or being co-owner of a publication, which I am over at Daily Wire. I mean, I don't have to hire Alex Jones at Daily Wire to suggest that if you have an app that's like a town square, that even people I absolutely think are execrable should be allowed to be on there. One of the best things I think that Elon has brought to X is the community note system, which I would hope would be used when people promote lies on X.
I've actually agreed with pretty much everything Elon Musk has said and done. That's why him cancelling the interview was so painful. So perhaps given you're such big buddies, you could put a good word in for your old mate across the pond, could you?
Wait a minute. Curious. I'll never not laugh at the fact that Ben Shapiro blocked me for replying to his tweets with this video. Interesting. Here's the link to the original video in all its glory. It seems Ben Shapiro blocks people for responding with some Harris Bomber guy.
Here he is, dipping his webbed flippers into the pool of climate change with his signature Shapiro intellect.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet.
10 out of 10.
The next 100 years. Say 10 feet by the next 100 years. And it puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
What a good internet lad.
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
Here he is.
One of my favorite clips on the internet.
I didn't realize I was going to be Elon's conduit in this interview, Piers.
I've got no other way in now. You're my last chance. No, because I actually do think he's a genius, and I think he's actually a force.
Why?
Could ask the question earlier.
Why?
Everything he does.
What on earth would indicate to you that Elon Musk is a genius? What indicates that? What behavior? What phrase has he uttered? What is he doing that indicates to you that he's a genius? I just want to know.
I do think he comes from a place of wanting to make the world a better.
That's, this is true. Bill Casey, this is true. I think there are a lot of people who just, see that somebody's insanely wealthy and they're like, that man's a genius. And that's insane to me. That's insane.
Better place, and not a worse place. And I think people like him should be encouraged.
I mean, I totally agree with that. I mean, the world requires audacious thinkers. Elon Musk is an audacious thinker. The world...
No, he's not. He's a dipshit who tells intelligent people to waste their time doing pie-in-the-sky projects instead of, actually cool things they could be doing, like making maglev trains.
Requires people who have high aspirations for humanity. Elon Musk has high aspirations for humanity. I think that the chief personality thing about Elon, having sat with him for a while, is that Elon is a person who likes to solve problems. And if the problem is in front of him, he really wants...
Yeah, Elon Musk is a guy who likes to solve problems. Remember when he asked the UN for a plan on how to end world hunger? And then the UN gave him a plan that said, with $8 billion of his fortune, he could help end world hunger using their plan, and then he just left them unread. Like, he literally just never responded to them and didn't put it into action. The UN literally wasted time and resources putting together a plan on how he could end world hunger, and then he didn't do it. He has over $100 billion, and he chose not to use a tiny fraction of that money to end world hunger after asking for and receiving a plan that would allow him to do that.
Wants to expend all of his energy solving it, which is why he will like literally go and sleep on the factory floor of new companies that he is working with or starting. He will jet set off to. I've never seen. I mean, the guy's the wealthiest guy on earth. He certainly doesn't have to go and sleep on the floor over a Tesla while he's redesigning their product, or have to go and sleep at the offices of X as he did when he first acquired Twitter. Yeah, that is.
Also, he's not. Elon Musk is not the world's wealthiest man. Elon Musk actually just lost his spot as the world's wealthiest man, largely because he just lost $56 billion and many other billions of dollars on Twitter. I believe the current richest man is a man named Bernard Arnault.
Something that only a really dedicated person would do. And I think that is beyond argument. What Elon is trying to do, even when I disagree with him, is truly an audacious thing. He's a big thinker. It's a deeply American ideal. I mean, to be America-centric here, it's a deeply American ideal to shoot for the stars. And he's literally doing that. So I think that shouldn't be lost in all of the hubbub around whatever he's saying on X today.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And actually, you're the perfect person to put a good word in, because you and I locked horns in spectacular fashion at CNN, but here you are, like nothing happened. We are with a living proof of it. Let's take a short break. I want to come back and talk about American politics. Trump, you were a never Trumper. Are you still a never Trumper? And Biden, is it really feasible that the Democrats are going to go into battle in November with a guy who can barely stand on his feet or think straight? We'll discuss after the break. Well, I'm back with Ben Shapiro, who just...
that was a quick break.
To remind the world, he's currently #1 rapper in the world, which we'll come to a little later. Ben, let's talk Donald Trump, who's really making one of the all-time great comebacks that politics has ever seen, not just in America, but anywhere. He seems now nailed down for the Republican nomination, and polls I saw today show him significantly up now in almost every swing state, I think, against Joe Biden, who is showing increasing signs of senility and dementia. Now, you in 2016, in March, I think it was, said this about Trump. If we don't say no to Donald Trump now, we will continue drifting ever further left, diluting conservatism into the vacillating, demagogic absurdity of Trumpism. Conservatism will become the crypto-racist, pseudo-strong, quasi-tyrannical, toxic brew leftists have always accused it of being, and we will have been complicit in that. How do you feel today?
Oh, well, I mean, I was wrong on that one, so that's good. I mean,
Oh, by the way, when they say that the song Facts is #1, they mean that it hit #1 on the iTunes store. Not that it's the #1 song in America, just that it hit #1 on the iTunes store, which is not, by the way, the #1 song in America. Because I was kind of confused, because out of curiosity, I wanted to see like what it had beaten out. So I looked at the Billboard Top 100, and weirdly enough, no, it's not on here. It's not even remotely anywhere on here, actually. Yeah, not on the top 100. Weird.
I think that in 2016, my objections to Trump were character-based, and they were sort of looking at the state of the world and saying, I just object to this choice. I didn't vote for Hillary. I'm not voting for Trump. That was my take in 2016. So I just didn't vote for president at the top of the ticket in 2016 at all, hoping to sort of forestall the binary world that then arrived. Now, one of the things that I was wrong about with regard to Trump is obviously he governed much more to my liking in terms of actual policy than I thought he would based on his campaign. His campaign in 2016 was sort of all over the place. It was quite peripatetic. It was in one place on an issue, and then 5 minutes later, another place on the same issue. But the actual policy that emerged from his administration, particularly in the first 3 years of his administration, I liked quite a lot. And so obviously I was wrong about all of that. My character...
Man, I love that Ben has had to, like, return to, like, licking the boots of Trump. Like, there was a brief moment of time during the Biden administration where he like turned into like a never Trumper again, and now he's having to go back to like licking the boots. It's honestly really pathetic.
Critiques of Trump remained.
I actually really liked Trump.
In 2020, I suggested that my opinions of his character had not shifted particularly much. It was just that my belief was that we were now down to a binary choice, that many of the eventualities I'd hoped to forestall by basically not involving myself in the 2016 election, whatever had happened and now happened, and so the situation had changed. I feel the same way with regard to 2024. So obviously, Trump against Biden, I'll vote for Trump.
You were in the DeSantis camp, and he kind of fizzled away. I suspect it was really almost out of his hands in the sense that the moment they began throwing all the indictments at Trump, his poll numbers just began to rocket in a way that it was almost impossible for any other candidate to do anything about it. So I don't really blame DeSantis or his campaign. I think it was just an unstoppable tsunami of support that flooded in for Trump right when he most needed it. And it came because the Democrats decided to play throwing the kitchen sink at stopping him. And by doing that, all they did was embolden him and make him stronger.
I think there were two main factors that led to the revival of Trump in this campaign. So as you recall, he actually declared his re-elect in December 2022, which was incredibly early. And a lot of people were skeptical of that, including me. I thought that's a very early re-elect campaign in an attempt to basically clear the pool of all other candidates. And DeSantis or anyone else who was hoping to run against him, if they had really had a shot, that shot was only present if they had gotten in maybe December, January of 2023. The reason being that there was a widespread perception in the Republican Party that because of underperformance in 2022,
Thanks, Door Kickers Inc.
Trump picking bad candidates in the Senate, that made the third straight election where Trump had lost. He had done poorly in 2020, he had done poorly in 2021, he'd done poorly in 2022. And so there was a bit of a taste for something new. But then two things happened. One you mentioned, which is the indictments drop. And so the Republican Party's heart immediately just reverts to Trump, and you can see it in the polls. DeSantis is running even with Trump up till the indictments. The indictments happen, Trump skyrockets, DeSantis drops in proportionate amount. And then there's a second factor, and that is Joe Biden's a terrible president. And so as his poll numbers started to really drop significantly, the big argument that any other Republican had against Trump, which is he's not electable, Biden's going to beat him, that went away because when every poll is showing Donald Trump competitive with or ahead of Joe Biden, that argument just doesn't exist anymore. So DeSantis' chief argument, which is you'll get
Ben isn't wrong here, actually.
Trumpism without actually Trump. Everyone's like, well, what if I get Trumpism and also Trump, right? I get to have sort of the Trump revenge tour on the people who are victimizing him, and also he can actually win. So basically the entire case for anyone else disappeared.
This election will see 8 million new voters in the US electorate and 41 million Gen Z voters. It's apparently, according to one poll, 18% of voters say they're more likely or significantly more likely to vote for a candidate endorsed by Taylor Swift, the phenomenon of our age.
Also, honestly, at this point, if Taylor Swift entered the race, she would win. She'd win the Democratic nomination. Hail Mary! Hail Mary! Taylor Swift, announce that you're running for the presidency announce your primary Joe Biden. Let's go. Hail Mary! Your boyfriend's going to the Super Bowl. It's time for the Hail Mary. It's an on point it's an on point turn of phrase. Yeah, she runs on it. Seriously, Taylor Swift runs on universal healthcare coverage, like she would instantly win. Instantly win. She's not old enough? Oh, that's true. I think she's 34. She's 30? No, she's not 30. She's older than me. Yeah, she's 34. Yeah, she's older than me. I know I look like a crone, but she is in fact older than me.
And a lot of conservatives have got very upset about this and think that she's going to deliberately sabotage the whole thing by saying vote Biden. Do you think this is a bit ridiculous, this whole debate, or is there a point to it?
It's not a little bit ridiculous. It's a lot ridiculous. Taylor Swift endorsed Biden in 2020. So, like, who cares? Also, that same poll, by the way, shows that
Oh yeah, I'm 32.
17% of Americans said they would be less likely to vote for Joe Biden if Taylor Swift endorsed Joe Biden. So basically, it's a wash. Yeah,
She's 34 and her birthday is December 13th, so I don't think she's going to be able to run for president. Unlike AOC, who will be 35 by election day.
This whole thing, it really is just a sign of our absurd times that people are focusing, instead of focusing in on, like, the actual issues, like who's going to run the country and how is that foreign policy going to be effectuated and is the economy going to heal? Everybody's focused in on, is there
Hey,
a
Shai-Hulud.
conspiracy
How
around
you
Taylor
doing?
Swift, or is Taylor Swift really a magical political kingmaker? By the way, everyone is talking about Taylor Swift mobilizing votes. Taylor Swift has something like 200 million plus, I think it's more, it's like 260 million Instagram followers. She put out in Instagram telling people to register to vote. She got 35,000 people to vote. And people are treating that like, oh, it's an enormous 35,000 people. 160 million people voted in the last election cycle. Like, Taylor Swift is not going to be the make or break for Joe Biden.
I mean, turning out 35,000 people to vote could absolutely swing so many different races. It's ridiculous. What are you talking about, Ben?
Has had a big effect on NFL ratings, though.
That is true. When women are watching the NFL for the first time. And I will say that my conspiracy theory was that if Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens had been on the brink of actually beating the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship, Lamar Jackson might have actually been drone striked by Roger Goodell from the NFL higher offices, because the NFL desperately needs.
Also, she got 35,000 new registered voters off of one, like, offhanded post on her Instagram. Imagine if she, like, actually was, like, going around doing, like, a campaign to actually, like, influence people to vote for Democrats.
The Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Putting aside her politics, I would imagine that Taylor Swift is pretty much your idea of a good role model, isn't she, for young girls in particular?
I mean, my only critique of Taylor Swift is that she's 34 and all of her songs sound like a 17-year-old going through her first breakup. That's my only critique, is that she's 2 years younger than my wife. My wife is a doctor and we have 4 kids, and Taylor Swift is 34 and single and still acting like she's in the dating pool. Now, that's my only...
What? Ben, she is in the dating pool. She's super hot, super rich, and one of the most popular entertainers on the planet, and she's not in the dating pool? Are you kidding me? What the hell, dude? Ben is so upset. Ben has to compare Taylor Swift to his wife. Oh my god. Look, my wife might be as dry as the Sahara Desert, but you don't need to come to any conclusions about that. We have many children.
Only critique of Taylor Swift. My great hope for Taylor Swift is that Travis Kelce proposes to her. She gets married to Travis Kelce. They have lots of babies, and a bunch of young feminist women decide that actually marriage is not the worst idea, and they get married and have a bunch of babies, and we can have the Taylor Swift baby boom.
Why? That feels like a really weird thing to say. Like, I hope that she gets married and has lots of children, and then other people see her and get married and have lots of children. That's weird, bro. Mind your business. Mind your business and stop thinking about other people who are unrelated to you having children. That's weird.
Are you a secret Swiftie, Ben?
Yeah, maybe Ben Shapiro is just really into impreg porn.
I'm definitely not a secret Swiftie. I mean, listen, I'm a rap legend, so frankly, that's not even my bag, yo.
Well, we're going to come back after the break. We're going to talk about your astonishing rise to #1 in the rap music charts. How has this happened? Why has this happened? And what does it say about America? That's after the break. Welcome back to Uncensored. Ben Shapiro is still with me. Now, Ben, 4 years ago, you were pretty scathing in your criticism of rap and hip-hop.
From the outside, when I listen to hip-hop, I don't hear a lot of family-oriented messages. In fact, I hear a lot of messages that are degrading to women. I hear messages that push violence.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Dr. Dry, the unerotic.
That are disparaging to the police. I hear messages very often that seem to treat relationships between men and women as something disposable or glorify mistreatment.
Yet here you are, the same Ben Shapiro, the rap hater. Here's a clip from your #1 hit.
You're not gonna get me. You're not getting me with the DMCA. You're not getting me. Nah, I'm too fast for you with the mute button. Nah. We got you. We got you, boo. This is such a long clip. My God. Trying to DMCA all of us with that.
So, first question, how do we get from that first clip to the second one?
You know, life is a journey, Piers. And I've decided to take that journey one step at a time. Just never know what life is going to throw your way. If my parents had known when they spent thousands of dollars on 15 years of classical violin lessons with some of the best teachers in the world, that my musical career would culminate in me at the top of the world rap charts, I can only think that they would be incredibly proud. They're just so proud that they spent all of that time.
Was that a parody cover? No, that is unfortunately a very real song. Wait, was Dr. Dry a parody cover? Yes.
That I wouldn't at least clap on 1 and 3. So that's very, very exciting stuff. And yes, I mean, we're taking over the industry from the inside. Tom McDonald is the real talent behind all of that, obviously. Tom can actually rap. Tom's actually good at this. The entire joke of me being part of the rap is, I think, the funniest thing in the world. And I'm really enjoying a lot of the reaction videos, which people hysterically laughing at the fact that I even attempt such a thing. So, you know, good for Tom and good for everybody who's sort of in on the prank, because I think there's an actual very good shot that we end up at the Billboard #1.
No question. And
yeah, sure, Ben. Yeah, we just looked at that, and you were doing great, bud. You keep working on that. Don't look at it though.
And I think you should, because it's based around facts, which is from your great quote, facts don't care about your feelings. I think it's your pinned tweet. It's had gazillions of people who like it. And I've always liked that, because it kind of sums up to me the facade of wokery, which is that it's all feeling driven and very rarely fact driven. And if
this is rich, considering that Piers Morgan did a show on mental health and only had political commentators on it. You know, like, yeah, Piers, you're really living the values of facts over feelings when you have a bunch of political commentators instead of actual medical experts on your show to talk about a medical issue. Yeah, well, great job. You're really prioritizing facts over feelings, Piers.
In fact, all the lyrics of this, which you send up rap music very cleverly, but also in Tom's lyrics, go woke, go broke, no hope, it's pathetic, pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love, you're progressives, and so on and so on. Where are the American flags at? Remember when people would hang those? They'd been...
Yeah. Tom, you remember when people would hang American flags? in Canada where you grew up? You're fucking Canadian, Tom. What the lyrics in the song literally are just garbled nonsense. Yeah, I'm sure Tom, the Canadian, has very fond feelings of American flags being hung up all over the place. Uh-huh.
Taken down, replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow and so on. It will hit a nerve with people who feel like their country is no longer somewhere that they feel comfortable in or recognize because the woke...
Yeah, you know, it's really hard to recognize your country when everything is the same, but some of the flags are different colors. You know, it really, you know, sometimes I drive around America in the Midwest here, and I can't even figure out what country I'm in anymore, despite still being in the same place. I forget. Sometimes I'm like, is this Dubai? Am I in the United Arab Emirates right now? Is this Chile? I'm just so lost. Is this Indonesia now? I don't know. I thought you were Canadian. How dare you? No, I'm Minnesotan.
Woke brigade have made everyone, or tried to make everyone, feel so ashamed of what it means to be an American or what it means to be British.
I think that's exactly right. It's why Tom has resonated so much as an independent artist. Now, the fact is that there are a lot.
Man, I love how no one mentions that that Tom is a Canadian. Again, not British, not American.
A lot of systemic kind of barriers to entry for a song like some of the ones that Tom has made before, which are very right-wing, which are very conservative in orientation. And I think that a lot of the resonance that you're seeing to this is a rejection of many of the values that I'm actually talking about in that clip from one of my shows, where I'm talking about the sort of stuff that rap is promoting, and we're trying to promote the exact opposite. One of the lyrics in the song that Tom actually raps is that we are not going to turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes, meaning like we're actually trying to promote social responsibility and good citizenship in a rap, which is, again, I think part of the humor, but hopefully some people listen to it and they think, well, maybe, there's an alternative point of view that's worth listening to here.
You know what's always got my goat about it? It's the ridiculous double standard. And I'll give an example. When John...
How far into this are we? It's been an eternity. It's been 90 years. We have 6 minutes left, but goddamn, we've been going over this for so long.
Decided to take upon himself to rewrite the lyrics to Baby It's Cold Outside. One of the most innocent songs and videos ever created in music history. And yet he decided to cleanse it up to make...
Wait, what are you talking about? Baby It's Cold Outside is literally... Okay, I know people know this by now, but... Can we, do we have the scene here from Neptune's Daughter?
Hoping that you drop it.
Very nice.
Yeah, so in Neptune's Daughter here, right? You have the initial scene. Baby, it's cold outside.
Now, why don't you sit down, have a nice drink, and country that practices con...
Step aside.
Very well, you win. Salud.
My mother will start to worry.
Beautiful. What's your
My
hurry?
father will be...
Like it has this the traditional scene here, where he's like, "Oh, no, you should stay with me," right? And Piers Morgan's interpretation of this is like, "Oh, well, obviously this is cute and flirtatious," but you can see later on, because it gets inverted in the same scene, except that it's the lady doing it to the guy.
Please don't hurry.
Maybe just a little drink more.
Put some records on while I pose.
The neighbors might
But baby,
think.
it's bad out.
Like, it becomes like, you understand now that it's like inverted on this guy. He doesn't want to stay.
Oh, baby, don't hold out, baby, it's cold outside.
Like, he gets so like verklempt here that he puts on her jacket while he's trying to get out the door. You know?
Make it Me Too friendly, because apparently it was involving sexual assault, although everybody knows it wasn't. But he didn't say a word about any of his rap friends and their truly disgusting, violent, misogynist lyrics. It didn't cross his mind to rewrite one of those, because that wouldn't have given him street credibility. That would have damaged him. Whereas playing the "we've got to clean up this shocking baby it's cold outside," that was a virtue signaling winner.
Oh, absolutely. The attempt to wipe away history, to wipe away old culture. Because old culture is bad, and we have better values now. And that stops right at the front door when it comes to rap. When it comes to hip-hop and rap, I mean, any song that you pick up is going to be the most retrograde values that you ever heard. If you're a progressive and you listen to rap, I'm not sure exactly how you square that, frankly, because a lot of the stuff that's promoted in rap is mistreatment of women, treating of women as commodities, drugs, and the attempts to promote violence. I mean, all these messages are really bad, and kids do, in fact, imbibe them. So if we can send that up at the same time that we're doing something.
Avalon of Babylon, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. I hope you're doing all right. Did I hear them praise facts don't care about your feelings, then immediately talk about their feelings about the flag? Almost like these twerps have zero self-awareness or principles. Yeah, you know, it's really interesting, right? Like, they talk about how facts don't care about their feelings, then immediately like launch into how they're like deeply offended by the existence of like edgy rap lyrics.
Successful like this, and also do something as hilarious as, you know, put you know, Jew Live Crew over here at the top of the rap charts, then that's a win for everybody.
There was a touch of the M&M's about you. I've got to say, M&M's about you. The hoodie, the whole look, the movements, everything.
What? No, stop praising him. It was the laziest music video I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, Benimem.
Benimem, we've got.
That pained me. That hurt. And I'm known for saying bad jokes that are cringe-inducing. But like that was bad even by my standards. I'm not okay.
That's the one. I was watching you talking to Jordan Peterson, I think it was a couple of days ago, and he was saying, you know, we're talking about society and where it's all gone, and he was like, you know, once you reach a point where people can't say what a woman is, society's kind of gone so nuts, it's very hard to work out what we're living in. And I'm sure that in 20 years' time, we'll look back and think, what the hell was going on?
Piers, you can use pronouns. Everyone uses pronouns. What? Why are you constantly pissing your pants about this, dog? Like, if you use he and someone's like, oh, I use she her, then you just use she her. It's not a big deal. You just continue to live your life, and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, and then continue to live your life. My God.
Going on, and how do we ever let this happen? You know, we've got to the stage now where Leah Thomas, this infamous transgender swimmer in America, who's
infamous. Yeah, Leah Thomas is so infamous. She just minds her own fucking business. She swam in some races, and now she minds her own business, and you people just won't keep her name out of her mouth, out of your mouths, even though like she's been, I don't know if she's even still racing. That was like 4 years ago.
Decimating women's sport in the swimming pool. Now,
Yeah, just real quick. I'm gonna, just for my own edification here. Let's see. She started swimming in 2017. Okay, during the 2018 to 2019 season. Okay, she was swimming. And then she began hormone therapy in 2019. So literally in the 2019 to 2020, it's been 4 years. It's been 4 years that they've been talking about this. It's been 4 years that they've been talking about this. What is she doing now? Yeah, she's just minding her own business. As far as I can tell, I think she graduated college. And is now doing whatever it is she does. Goodness. But like, people are always like, "Oh, Leah Thomas, she unfairly won. Look at her. Look at how tall she is here." But like, let's just take a quick look here, right? Let's just take a quick look. Swimming career. Finished second in the men's 500, 1,000, and 1,650 in the 2018 season, the 2019 season, as a sophomore. Then during the 2018 to 2019 season, recorded the top UPenn men's team times in the 500 free, 1,000 free, and 1,650 free, but was the sixth best among UPenn men's team members in the 200 free. So literally like the fastest swimmer in 3 of the 4 races, right? But then she started hormone therapy, right? During her junior year. She was required to swim for the men's team in 2019 to 2020. So after she started HRT, which begins the process of like basically shrinking your entire musculature, right? She was forced to compete on the men's team. So that resulted in her time for the 500 freestyle over 15 seconds slower than her personal bests before medical transitioning. And let's see here. In the 2018 to 2019 season, she was, when competing in the men's team, ranked 554th in the 200 freestyle, 65th in the 500 freestyle, 32nd in the 1650 freestyle. So, yeah. So she went from being the fastest in all of those freestyles to very not fast. She went from being 6th in the 200 freestyle to 554th in the 200 freestyle. And when she competed in the 2021 to 2022 season, which is when all the conservatives freak out about her, right? She placed 5th in the 200 freestyle, 1st in the 500 freestyle, and 8th in the 1650 freestyle. So she literally only won one of these races. So, yeah. I just, every time she gets brought up, she's such a boogeyman for conservatives. But every time she gets brought up, I feel compelled to just bring out these numbers because they make it seem like she went from 554th in the men's, like she had always been like a terrible swimmer or something, to like 1st in the women's. And that's just not accurate. And the one she's famous for is the 5th place one. Yeah, it's crazy.
Wants to compete in the Olympics and literally steal a place in the American Olympic team, if she's successful in this appeal, from a biological female. What do you think about this?
I mean, again, it's absurd, but I think it goes to something we were talking about earlier. And we were talking about sort of the rise of conspiracism. The reason that so many conspiracy theories seem less conspiratorial than they used to is because there are, in fact, a cadre of elites, particularly in sort of legacy media, who promote ideas that are so counter to just basic common sense. And
You know, it's really convenient when Ben tries to make appeals to basic common sense, because when people make appeals to basic common sense, they don't need to provide citations for what they're about to say. You know? That's very convenient for Ben, because then he can just say whatever wild shit he wants, and doesn't even have to be backed up by facts. He can just use feelings. That's so fun, isn't it? It's weird how that works for facts over feelings guy.
And then demand that you actually abide by those ideas, that you repeat the nostrums and the aphorisms over and over in almost Maoist struggle session ways that, of course, a lot of people are feeling like...
common sense ideas like women aren't women after menopause, or women aren't women if they don't have uteruses. You know, very common sense ideas.
There's a sort of conspiracy of people who don't share your values and are attempting to cram those down on you. The problem is, of course, when that metastasizes into broader critiques of this racial group or that racial group, that starts to get really, really dangerous. But yes, I mean, the simple fact that the question of man versus woman, do they exist, is up for debate, says that there is something fundamentally sick about the society. Now, it's my view that the only way that you can actually rebuild society is you can't do it top down. You actually have to do it bottom up, which is why when people ask me, what can I do to help? Because politics seems, it's so hard. I mean, there's so much stuff going on and the world's on fire and everything. The best thing you can do, be a responsible husband, if you're a man, be a responsible parent, be a responsible citizen, be a member of your religious community, build the local institutions that actually facilitate trust, and then you can build those up such that broader institutions can be built on top of that. But it's going to require a full rebuilding effort.
Yeah, it is. One of the things I really like about you, Ben, apart from the fact you're staggeringly successful businessman through the portal of your opinions, which I'm fully signed up to, is that you're very comfortable and willing, in fact eager, to get into the debating fray with people who completely disagree with you. You're quite happy.
He's not, though, is he? Like, Ben Shapiro is very not interested in debating people for the most part. Like, Ben will debate college students. He'll debate, you know, people who aren't going to be that hostile with him, but he's not going to like invite like blood sport debaters generally to talk with him. Though maybe I'm you know, biting my tongue a little bit, because I guess he did just do a debate with Destiny, but apparently covering that is what got Dylan Burns banned from Twitch, so we're not going to be going over that on stream. But yeah, I'd love to see Sam Cedar debate Ben Shapiro, but we all know that's not going to happen, because all of these people are scared of you know, sultry Sam.
Happy to engage with the enemy in that sense, but we live in an era where so many people are now too terrified to do that. They only want to exist in their tribe, driven by social media. What do we do about that?
I mean, frankly, I think that
it wasn't much of a debate. I didn't watch it.
To talk with people of various sides who disagree with you. Now, again, I think that there is such a thing as an Overton window, right? I'm not interested in sitting down with somebody who's espousing the murder of all Jews, for example. I agree with you. There is such a thing as the Overton window. With that said, you know, I think that good faith conversations happening across the aisle is deeply important, not only because it clarifies positions, but also it does rebuild that social trust that is clearly falling apart. Because one of the biggest problems we have is what I've termed sort of the happy birthday problem, which is, you know, you're a public figure, Piers. How many people do you know who will text you happy birthday?
Oh, I mean, I don't like Destiny, Troy.
Simply for recognizing
no worries about that.
Woman. You know, that sort of problem is the sort of thing that I think fundamentally carves away at a society, because we can't at least acknowledge that we're part of the same civilization, that we share probably 80% of our values, even if we disagree strenuously on the other 20%. That's not a civilization that can be preserved.
No, I agree. Ben, we've run out of time. I love talking.
Man, I love that Ben Shapiro will just casually at the end of a conversation drop like, if we accept that trans people are real, it will destroy society. And Piers Morgan's just like, you're right. Anyway, time to end the show. Like, what? That's an insane thing to say, right? Like, oh, treating people with respect, that will destroy society. Treating other humans as if they deserved to live is actually going to destroy our society. That's insane. That's an insane way to like live your life and believe. I can't wrap my head around it, you know? Conservative, Shark300 said this on Twitter today, and I think I think increasingly we need to adopt it as true, right? Shout out to Shark. Conservatives are just weird. They're weird, but not in like a haha quirky kind of weird. They're weird in like a deeply disturbed kind of way. And I think we should be more open to calling them out for that, you know? Just like not weird in the haha, like we can coexist kind of way, like haha, you're really info dumping on me about something I don't really care about, but you know, I recognize this is a weird quirk of yours. No, this is like they're bad weird. They're like you're having to side eye them on the subway because they're acting strange and like possibly dangerous. You know? It's I think that we should point that out. You know, we should be able to be like, no, it's actually deeply weird that you think that treating people with respect will end Western civilization. That is a weird thing to believe. And we should be more comfortable saying that. So, I agree with Shark300. Hashtag call conservatives weird. Call cons weird? Folks, we've been going for 5 hours. We finally made it through that Ben Shapiro video. I had so many other pieces of content to cover today, and yet that took all of the time and energy. Conservatives are really weird, especially about sex. The amount of friends I've seen cut off contact with relatives because their conservative parents or family got way too weird, and the range is a lot higher than 0. Yeah, true. 4 hours and 42 minutes, actually, to be precise. You put in Discord the picture you drew of me? Let me pull that up. Boop, boop, boop. Yes, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. I'm guessing we haven't hit 69 likes. Let's see. Chat. I went and looked to see how many likes the stream has. We have exactly 69 likes on the stream. Good job, everybody. My goodness. Also, just as a fun fact, we have like 160 people watching right now. Almost 170 people, actually. That's really cool. You know, it's spread out across several platforms, but like, that's really cool. You know, I literally started out at the bottom and crawled my way up to having like consistently like 30 or 40 viewers. And moving over to the .gg site last year really made me feel like we had taken a step backwards. But now, kind of almost a year after that, looking at like the fact that we have like 80 people watching on YouTube right now, we've got like 50 people over on the .gg site, we got 40 people on Twitch. Like, that's amazing. That's amazing. Let's keep growing. Also, I don't know why I'm so congested. I'm sorry. Yeah. Also, folks, consider dropping some subs or donos because today I gotta pay rent, and paying rent is like the worst feeling in the world. Paying rent is a terrible feeling. So consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. We got a bunch of fun homies in chat right here, and you can watch without any ads, even if you are not subscribed. And you get access to a ton of emotes and cool homies, actually. So consider dropping some subs or donos, and because I would very much appreciate it, especially today. And I hope you're all doing all right. This is rap Ben needs to hear. Independent Sri Lankan Tamil rap artist. I am very hesitant to play that, just because last time I tried to show chat a cute, not cute, but like cool, neat thing that I found. I got a copyright strike against my channel, and it put me in a bad position for like 3 months. We just got out of our copyright fortress arc. Yeah, Bill the dog knows what I'm talking about. Lonzetta, thank you for subscribing. Ooh. Also, did we do it? Chat, we're at 3,999 subscribers on YouTube. If we get one more subscriber, we're at 4K, baby. Let's go. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube, get your ass over there. Hit the subscribe button. That's actually like a really big milestone. It's 4 times what we started the year with last year. Subscribe, motherfuckers. Paying rent radicalizes me. Same. Paying rent and paying a $480 healthcare premium radicalizes me. The fact that I have to pay $480 just in case something catastrophic happens to me it makes me angry. It makes me viscerally angry every month. Yo, we did it, folks! 4 of you actually went over and hit that subscribe button. We got 4,003 subscribers. Yo, we're doing it, folks. It's true. Privatized insurance is evil. I agree with that. Let's go. We got almost 600 subscribers we got over 600 subscribers in the last month. That's crazy. Thank you all for making it possible. Let's go. Thank you so much, Boiled Peanuts. Thank you all for the support. I really, really appreciate it. Hard work paying off. I'm still gonna have my nose to the grindstone for a while, but yeah. You got the Binder bump? I did get the Binder bump, that's true. Alright, I have been running for about... Let's see. I got up at 7 a.m. I've been working for about 19 hours straight. I am exhausted because I've been running on about 3 hours of sleep. So how about I sing you one more song and then send you on your way to your next streamer home? Huh? That sounds like a nice way to end stream. And consider dropping any subs or donos if you feel inclined. I gotta plug it one more time. All right. My dude, you're coming in you're raiding in right at the end of my stream. But we're gonna end on a little song, so I guess you arrived just in time to listen to me sing. I hope you had a great stream, my dude. And folks, you should all go give my dude a follow over on Twitch. Excellent lefty content creator. Let's go. I don't want a next streamer. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. I'm maybe, depending on how tired I am. All right. Let's do a little song. Huh? Thanks, Shakespeare. All right. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever, but the union makes us strong. It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving midst the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions they have never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of atoms, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I really, really appreciate that so much. And I hope the people who got the memberships appreciate it too. Thank you so much for the support, Mr. Anderson. And sorry for my voice. For some reason, I'm a little choked up and congested right now, and my voice is a little gravelly. I've been streaming for 5 hours, but I feel like that was a good note to end on. You guys are here, and the reason I am able to make this show is because of your solidarity with me and with each other, and I appreciate all of you, and you guys keep me going, and I'm really happy that you guys are here, and we'll keep on marching on. I literally sang the Battle Hymn of the Republic to my coworkers. It was my man voice. Hell yeah. Thank you all for being amazing. My dude raiders, so sorry to have you raid in only to raid out. But we're gonna raid into Caroline Kwan, who is a wonderful lefty streamer who's currently playing Dead Space. And I appreciate all y'all. And I will see you maybe tomorrow. I might take tomorrow off, though I'll still be working all day. But we'll see. I might play a game in the evening instead on stream with you guys. But good night, everybody, and appreciate you. And stay strong together. Okay. Good night. I hit the button and now I have to wait 10 seconds like an asshole in order to hit the button again. I love when I do that. There we go. Bye. No, I hit the wrong button.